Yeah, what's good? It's your bro, Hoodie Jube on the track.
It's been a long day without you, my friend, and I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. We've come a long way from where we began. Oh, I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. When I see you again.
Damn, who knew? All the planes we flew, good things we've been through. That I'll be standing right here talking to you about another path. I know we love to hit the road and laugh, but something told me that it wouldn't last. Had to switch up, look at things different, see the bigger picture. Those were the days, hard work forever pays. Now I see you in a better place. How can we not talk about family when family's all that we got? Everything I went through, you were standing there by my side, and now you gon' be with me for the last ride.
It's been a long day without you, my friend, and I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. We've come a long way, from where we began.
You know we started.
Oh, I'll tell you all about it when I see you again.
I'll tell you.
When I see you again.
First you both go out your way and the vibe is feeling.
My man. Doing the most. Doing the most. You know I had to remix this bitch. Shout out Hot Boy. If I get caught up in a storm, pray the rain is keep me calm. All my life I dealt with pain, see no evil cause on. Chop along just like a arm, no bitches we fucking on. Doing wrong without them knowing, I'm the GOAT if you ain't know it. And you can't go do what I've been through. Wish I had somebody I could vent to. And you can't go through what I've been through.
Hoodie on too.
Wish I had somebody I could vent to. I just need someone to call on. I've been making moves like Michael Carly.
Yeah, Hoodie too.
You
heard her, huh? She said Hoodie. Come on. Come on, camera person. Come on. Come on. You heard her say Hoodie, huh? You see this? Hoodie Jube new beanie, man. You see this? You see this? Hoodie Jube beanie, man. They're about to come out soon. Be ready to purchase, right?
Hoodie! Yeah! Hoodie, man! Rock on! Give me bigger sinners. I'm a thug alone, I'm sick of niggas being friendly. Turn them cameras off and see them niggas been pretending. Everybody gang until they get them cases pinned.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, get ready for an entertainment explosion. Get ready for an avalanche of awesomeness. Get ready to go live with your boy. Here he is, Hoodie Jube. And make sure to hit the subscribe button for your chance to win tickets to a live New Orleans Saints football game.
What's good, YouTube? It's your boy, Hoodie Jube, back with another live podcast, man. And if y'all don't know, y'all will know. There's no YouTube without your boy, Hoodie Jube, man. Who that to everybody? Who that to my Who that nation, man? How is everybody doing today? And I always start off my show like this, and I tell, thank you, Mr. Dynamite, for that sick intro that you did, man. We love it. And I tell everybody, there's no better way to start off the show than hit it again for him.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, get ready for an entertainment explosion. Get ready for an avalanche of awesomeness. Get ready to go live with your boy. Here he is, Hoodie Jube! And make sure you hit the subscribe button for your chance to win tickets to a live New Orleans Saints football game.
Alrighty, everybody. So I'm all hyped up about this live podcast, man. I get to collab today with your one and only Dolphins with Dillion, man. So I'm about to bring him on here, y'all. So just to let everybody know, man, go subscribe to this man's YouTube channel. It is Dolphins with Dillion, man. He just started not too long ago, too. So we both on the, rise. We both on here, going live and stuff. So like I said, show this man some love. He's not going to go talk no crap. I mean, if he comes on here and says anything, it's okay. It's okay. It's the Dolphins, you know what I'm saying? And I know my boy Keenup's happy about it. I know Keenup's in here happy about it, man, because this man's a huge Dolphins fan. So without further ado, y'all, we're going to bring on Mr. Dolphins with Dillion. So we'll welcome him, man. Who that to you, Dillion?
What's going on, man? Appreciate you having me.
Hey, no problem, man. So if you want to tell everybody real quick about your channel, like I said, I just introduced you. You can tell everybody what you do, and then we're going to start talking some Saints and Miami Dolphins football, man.
Yeah, for sure. Like he mentioned, I'm pretty new to it overall myself. Really been kind of going hard for about the past year, trying to really build up, much like your boy over here. So I appreciate the struggle, appreciate the hustle, appreciate you having me. And yeah, I love my Dolphins. I've been a Dolphins fan for about 20 years ish. So representing my colors, representing my team, just trying to, do the best I can. I like to try and give people an honest and objective evaluation. I try not to sway to one extreme or the other. I like to try and keep things in context. So that's where I am. That's how I am. And hopefully you guys enjoy.
Yes, sir. So with that being said, y'all, we are going to open up the lines later. But, I'm going to talk to him a little bit. We're going to talk about some Saints and Dolphins football. And after I'm opening up the lines, we're going to go one at a time, y'all. One at a time. We're going to bring y'all on if y'all have any questions, for this man. And we're going to just answer those and talk some. So, basically, man, I wanted to ask you a quick question. Just to start off, how do you think the season's going, with all this damn COVID stuff happening all of a sudden? Everybody's getting injured. Like, every star player you can think of is all hurt. Besides damn Tom Brady, I think everybody's waiting for Tom Brady to go down with COVID or something, But I mean, It seems like everybody's just getting hurt. So I mean, what is your thoughts on that, man?
It's rough. That's the first thing. Obviously, is it's never something you want to see. Whether it be injuries or COVID, obviously you want to see guys be healthy. You want to see, for the sanctity of the game, quality of the game, you want to see the best guys out there and the highest level of competition. So, it sucks from that point, from that standard. But, unfortunately, we just kind of got to live with it, because it is part of our life at this point, COVID in particular. I mean, injuries always been kind of just part of the game. So, it's unfortunate. I know you guys have had some COVID placements recently, which I'm sure we'll talk about. We put some guys on too. So, we just got to kind of deal with it and hope for the best.
Gotcha. I mean, over here, I thought, we did pretty well with the COVID, all year long. We didn't really hear, too many Saints players going on COVID. But now that we got to play my boy, Keenup's favorite team, the Miami Dolphins, sure, we don't have Jameis because stupid White had to hurt my boy, take my boy Jameis out. And then you got Taysom with a messed up foot and a messed up throwing hand. And now he's out with a COVID. And then I said, well, maybe Trevor Mike can do it. But, when I say Trevor Simeon, everybody hates him over here. I don't know why they hated on him. Hey, at least he won the most important game, and that's against Tom Brady. So, but now he's got COVID too. So now we move on to Ian Books, man. And just to tell you a little bit about him, man, I know a lot of people might know him and some people don't. But when I seen us draft him, I went and looked at some highlight videos and, studied up on him. The man went 30 for 5, 30 wins, 5 losses at Notre Dame. And had a winning coach over there with Brian Kelly, who is the new head coach of LSU now. So I'm ready to see what he does for LSU coming up. But, Ian Books, though, is my quarterback, I think he got overlooked in the draft because he was 6 foot. He was a Drew Brees height, short. So you don't really see short quarterbacks unless you really got a really good talent like Kyler Murray or Russell Wilson. That's why they made it to the league, and because Drew Brees opened the doors too. Being a 6 foot quarterback. So I felt like he got overlooked because of his height. But if you do watch him, he is a winning quarterback. He wants to win. And that's a good thing to have in a quarterback. I mean, I know everybody wants to win, but not every quarterback's got that, got that thing in them that can say, hey, I'm a winning person. Like, if I don't like it here, I'm leaving to go find somewhere else. Some quarterbacks just stay where they at because they get to be the starter instead of just actually going to a team where they want to win. So, Ian Book's one of those quarterbacks I feel like that wants to win. What I like about him, too, he can scramble. He can get out the pocket. His awareness when pressure is coming is really good. And that's going to help us out a lot, I think, against y'all teams. Because I heard y'all blitz normally, 30 to 40% of the time y'all blitz. So, I mean, that ain't fun. Especially with our left tackle and our right tackle most likely not playing again. So, I mean, and then the backup right tackle that did pretty well against the Bucks this past week, it's got COVID, on COVID list. So, that sucks. So, I mean, I don't know who the heck we're going to draw at right tackle this time. Left tackle. I guess the same guy's going to be at left tackle, replacing Armstead. But, I mean, we just got to see, like I said, this whole team's messed up right now because of COVID, injuries, and, everything. But that's what you got to like about Ian Books. He can read a blitz, coming. He can run out the pocket if he needs to extend the play. And I feel like I told everybody when Jameis went down, we had Trevor. Trevor was doing decent, but he just couldn't scramble. And when I seen people blitzing a lot, putting so much pressure on Trevor, that's why we was going to lose. So everybody was happy about the Taysom. But I do have some friends in here, you was on his podcast the other day, The Last Saint. He's a Taysom Hill lover. So he will argue with me all day that Taysom Hill is better than anybody. But I told him, to be honest with him, I think we were better off these last few games if we would have let the young rookie try to take over and get his feet dirty and get his feet wet a little bit. Because I think he would have did really good with us because, like I said, he can scramble. He can get out from the pressure. He can extend the play. So, like, if the receiver's not getting open on their play, if you notice, our receivers haven't been the best this year. Like I said, with no Michael Thomas, it's so hard. So, basically, your next receiver up was Callaway and Traquan Smith. So, it's been kind of hard. So, with them not being able to get open right away, and with Ian Book's ability to run out the pocket and be able to draw in the run too, I think that would help us out because if we get covered good, them comeback plays always work. Like, if somebody's covered and you just run back to the ball, I feel like he can extend that play. So that's why I said I can't wait to see what this young man does. But it also gives us an opportunity to test him out and see what we got in this young man that we drafted in the 4th round for a reason. So that means, hey, if he doesn't show you these next this game right here that he can't do nothing, but I mean, there's only one game though. Cause I doubted Taysom Hill's gonna be out the next game because of COVID. But there's one game he can try to see what we got in him. Maybe he's just a franchise quarterback. But nobody changed my mind. I don't care. Ian Books can play lights out. He can go 40 for 40, 10 touchdowns, passing touchdowns on your Dolphins. He can go 5 rushing touchdowns too with 800 yards. I don't give a damn. I'm still going with my boy Jameis Winston. Like I said, I really do believe in this man. And the reason why I say that, just to let you know, he did go 5-2 with the Saints. And he did it with the same people we got right now. Besides, he had one of his most important pieces that wasn't there. And that was his center, Aaron McCoy, who, hikes the ball with him all the time. He's the one that calls out the defense and stuff and reads the defense with him. And he was out because he got hurt literally in the beginning of the game, of the first game against Green Bay, which we smacked that game because I don't think they came ready for the Saints. But
yeah, I remember.
But with that being said to you, I think we should be straight, with Ian Books at quarterback. I don't feel like I'm too worried about him because I feel like no matter what quarterback you put behind there, for Sean Payton, I always got a chance. Because like I tell people, Sean Payton's my coach, probably one of the best offensive, coaches that you're going to find in the NFL. And I feel like we can win no matter who we got at quarterback because of him. And the only good thing about him, like I said, he can scramble, extend the play. So that's what I want to see about him. But the real question is for y'all, how do you think your defense, line up against the offense? I mean, I know we're a little broken, but how do you feel like we can, how y'all line up against us,
Yeah, sure. It's interesting because obviously, this whole situation is kind of shaking things up a bit. particularly at the quarterback position for you. I mean, I saw that you guys had a number of guys that went on the COVID list. I saw the list and it was pretty substantial. I mean, and we still got a few days left to go, so hopefully it doesn't get worse for either team because we have a handful of guys on the COVID list too. But yeah, I mean, as far as that goes, just real quick, I wanted to say before all that happened and got announced today, I actually would prefer Trevor Siemian over Taysom Hill because of the fact that Trevor Siemian has less ability with his legs. And I think that if a quarterback like that, the Dolphins defensive line would be able to really frustrate him and get to him probably a number of times. So out of those two guys, I actually would rather have Trevor Siemian in the game. Because I think Taysom Hill just adds a little bit more versatility and more pop in other areas of his game that Siemian doesn't. So, but as far as Ian Book, yeah, I didn't really know almost anything about him, so I definitely appreciate that little bit of a catch up there for me. But having said all of that, I would say that, I mean, historically, the Dolphins have had a tough time with mobile quarterbacks. I think this year we have been a bit better for sure. I mean, you saw I don't know if you saw the game, but the game against the Ravens and Lamar Jackson, we were able to contain him pretty well. There are, Josh Allen, we gave him some fits in the 2 games that we played him for a portion of it. So, I think that they are getting better, and they have guys like Jalen Phillips, who is able to set the edge. Even as a young guy, he's able to set the edge. And then he's also got that athleticism and the speed and the ability to track guys down and not allow them to, get around the corner and turn something take something that was going to be nothing and turn it into something. So there is that. And also, too, we just got Javon Holland back officially, our young rookie safety. He finally cleared the protocols, and he just came back to practice today. So having him back is going to be huge. And, the Dolphins defense is predicated on having corners like Xavier Howard and Byron Jones who can lock down their man while pretty much the rest of the defense brings heat on the quarterback. Because we have our young safeties, Javon Holland and Brandon Jones. They do a ton of blitzing. Our linebackers are at their best when they're blitzing, like, Andrew Van Ginkel and Jerome Baker or Landon Roberts. And then our defensive line, they have improved tremendously in just the front 4 with Christian Wilkins improving his game. He's one of the best run-stuffing defensive linemen, and he's getting better with his pressure on the quarterback. Raekwon Davis has, since he came back from injury, has completely transformed our run game. Those guys in the middle together have drastically improved it. And then our edge guys with Jalen Phillips and Emmanuel Ogbah in particular, I mean, they're pretty nasty as a tandem, especially when then you add in the blitzing of those other guys. So when it comes to matchups, I mean, especially with the guys that are going to be out because of COVID and stuff, I think that our defense should do pretty well against your offense. Obviously, Kamara is going to be a factor, and I think that he could be one of the key points in this game for you guys. I think that, guys like Callaway and Traquan Smith, I do like them as players, and I think that they can, grow into something special for you guys over time. So, they need to step up because we do have a pretty tough defense. And, I'm actually a Dolphins fan who believes the first half of the season, when we weren't playing the style of defense that we have been in the second half, was absolutely ludicrous, and there was no excuse for it. So, from that perspective, from a defensive side, I think we match up pretty well. But I actually think the same thing about your defense when it comes to our offense. So
I feel you on that one because, I mean, y'all do have a lot of good players, especially in the backfield. Defensive backs. Y'all got Xavier Howard, probably a top 5 cornerback in the league.
Just earned his 3rd Pro Bowl.
And who was the other guy I'm thinking of? Brian Jones, I'm thinking of. He's good.
Byron Jones, yeah.
That man's freaking good. I was telling people, I was talking to somebody the other day, and I forgot who it was, but we was talking about the Dolphins team, and I was telling him, oh, it might have been Grandizer on my show. I think it was him that I was talking to, literally on my live the other day, and I was telling him, to me, I really do think y'all are just a few pieces away from a Super Bowl. And I'm saying I can't. I don't think y'all. I think y'all can win it with 2-2 at QB. I think what y'all need is an O line. A few pieces on the O line to protect them, to make sure nobody gets to them. To be honest with y'all, the running backs y'all got should be a solid room to win. Because I mean, if you watch the 2009 Saints when we won, we had a Pierre Thomas. We had Pierre Thomas. I think we had Reggie Bush in the Super Bowl that year. We had trying to remember the third guy's name. Might have been a Mike Thomas or something like that. Somebody Thomas or something like that. There was that running back. So there was like 3 different running backs, that we ran, and we were just running them, letting them all run. And y'all got Duke Johnson with the pickup. Y'all got Phillip Lindsay. Yeah. Y'all got Gaskin coming back. So y'all got a lot of good running backs. I feel like that's a good thing for y'all. And then receiver wise, I forgot who it was that I was watching today. I think his name's Dougley Durome. Yeah, he was on Big Q, man. And I was watching him. I think the only thing he said, he wasn't saying y'all receiving core ain't the best, but to me, y'all receiver to me are solid, like way better than us, because y'all got a Jalen Waddle who is solid. Like I love that man. I feel like he's gonna be a stud in the NFL for sure. You got Will Fuller, but he's on IR, right? He's hurt.
I mean, yeah, Will Fuller. Yeah, so I mean, our going into the season, it's a funny thing because I think that when you look at the Dolphins as a whole, like our defense is pretty close to being where it needs to be, right? Like we maybe need 1 or 2 more pieces on the defense. When it comes to the offense, though, if I'm being honest, almost the entire offense needs a remake. The reason why is because, first of all, on the offensive line, almost none of them are very good. They're all pretty bad. It doesn't help also that we've had a change of offensive coordinator each year. It doesn't help that we've had, we're on our 4th offensive line coach. He's super young and inexperienced. So none of that helps the situation. But I don't personally believe the organization has done very good at their drafting and development on the offensive side of the ball. And so like Robert Hunt, I think is going to be a really good right guard as he grows up and develops in the league. But other than that, Liam Eichenberg, our current left tackle, he's a rookie out of Notre Dame. He's got some upside and development potential, but right now he's not, and this year he hasn't been doing very good. Austin Jackson's been kind of just a disaster. Kinley hasn't even made it onto the starting lineup. Jesse Davis has been a disaster at right tackle. So pretty much, and our center position has just basically been changing. It's been Greg Mance 1 week, Michael Dieter another week, Austin Ryder for a few weeks. So our offensive line sucks. They need to retool that entire thing. Basically, when it comes to the wide receivers, to your point, going into the season on paper, they looked phenomenal. The room looked great. The problem is, and I was one of the people in the Dolphins community who was saying this, is that I wasn't comfortable with it because none of these guys have proven to really be all that reliable and can stay on the field. Because we went into the season having, obviously Jalen Waddle, our pick, which I agree. I do think he's going to be a stud in the league for a long time to come. But then we had, Will Fuller. We signed him in the offseason to a 1-year deal for $10 million. I don't think it's the entire reason why he came to Miami, but I think it partly had something to do with Deshaun Watson, if I'm being honest. But he hasn't played almost at all. Like he, for the first of all, he was suspended the first game of the season. After that, he really didn't do anything before in the limited time that he did play. He actually had, before he came back, though, he took 1 game for personal reasons. Then he comes back, barely plays, and then has a broken finger. But that was early in the season. That was like 2 months ago. So we suspect that there's some other things going on behind the scenes. There were rumors that he maybe wanted to retire. So we don't know exactly what's going on, but he hasn't been useful for us at all. It's basically just been a waste of $10 million. Then you have Devontae Parker, who is another first round pick for us. I love his potential and I love the production he does give you when he's on the field. But again, another guy who just can't stay healthy. You add in then Preston Williams, another young player with a ton of upside and potential, like a Devontae Parker, can't stay healthy. Then you have Albert Wilson, who, he's kind of limited in his usage and what you can do with him. He does have that speed and some of that breakaway ability, but, he has had some issue with dropping passes. He's also like the seventh guy on the roster. We traded away Jakeem Grant. We also have Isaiah Ford, who he somehow just seems to stick around, but he has been, helping us over the past few weeks. Who else do we got? I mean, we got so many guys, and we've had so.
You got a nice tight end, a stud tight end, Mike Gesicki.
Yeah, Mike Gesicki, you add him in. There's a conversation on whether or not he's actually a wide receiver, whatever. And the thing is about Mike Gesicki is because he's not good at blocking. Right? He doesn't do any of that. Well, it's his specialty comes in the passing game and as a receiving tight end. He is special in that regard. And a lot of Dolphins fans don't want to bring him back because he is like a one-trick pony. But I just feel like, and the reason why oftentimes is because people will be like, oh, well, we need our tight ends or our running backs or whatever to help protect because our offensive line sucks. Well, I'm like, okay, well, how about you just build an offensive line so that way you don't have to give up that luxury piece, because he is a bit of a luxury piece where the Dolphins offense is currently. And so, but I think they should be able to figure out a way. And then just real quick on the running backs, we just picked up Duke Johnson and Phillip Lindsay over the past few weeks, and they have also, been dealing with some stuff. Like Phillip Lindsay had a little bit of an injury and was out for a bit, and then COVID. So, but they are both back, and I actually do think that those two guys in particular are a solid foundational pieces for our running back room. I still would like, as a Dolphins fan, to see the organization take a stud running back or whatever, like early on in the draft. Like for me, I want to see them spend big money in free agency on the offensive line, maybe take a Armstead away from you guys or something like that.
Oh, hell no. Not. You can have them. You can have them. You can have them. You can have them.
But because we need some veteran leadership. That's the one thing that's really lacking on our the glaring thing, aside from maybe some talent issues. But so I want to see them spend in free agency there, maybe address wide receiver there as well, and then I want to see them take like a Breece Hall or maybe an Isaiah Spiller in the draft, and then I think our running back room would be pretty solid.
I think so. I mean, and just to tell you about like Mike Gesicki, I think, to be honest with you, depending on how this defense plays, and how much I guess you could say time in the pocket that Tua's gonna have, Gesicki might have a nice big game against the New Orleans Saints, and the reason why I say that is because our safety Malcolm Jenkins, who played for the Saints, won the Super Bowl, went to the Eagles, won the Super Bowl, and came back. He's on the COVID list now, so he is not going to play. So now we got to find a replacement for him. But he is the one you normally line up against big tight ends, and you saw what he did against Gronk this past week. So we can always contain him. But now you don't have him, and we got to find out who we're going to put on y'all tight ends. So we got to see. That's what I'm saying. I'm worried about Gesicki having a big game. We got to see what Waddle can do against our people. I don't know who they're going to have on him, just because of the reason why I say I don't know who is because Lattimore is our lockdown corner, but it seems like every game he's not on the lockdown dude. Like the only time that Lattimore is going to be on a certain dude is against Tampa Bay. He's always going to be on just Mike Evans. Everybody else, we don't know why he's lined up against somebody else. He's always like the new rookie we got that's really going to turn into a stud, I think, one day is Paulson Adebo. They've been putting him on a lot of star players. Like, literally, if you watch the Packers game from the first game, they had him on his first game, NFL career game, had this man line up against Devontae Adams a bunch. But you didn't hear Devontae Adams as much while he was guarding him. And he did get a pick on Aaron Rodgers that game too. So like, I don't know who they're gonna put on Waddle. I don't know who they're gonna put on Devontae Parker. Stuff like that. But I feel like our secondary could line up pretty good with y'all, depending on who's on who. I feel like our defensive line is pretty powerful. Like, you gotta, like, I know we all can say watch out for Cameron Jordan, right? Watch out for Cameron Jordan. But Marcus Davenport is the dude you gotta watch out for. The reason why I say that is because so a lot of the Who Dat Nation, so I guess you can say 50-50. You got 50% of us that are like me that support Davenport and love him when he's on the field and stuff. But then they got 50% of people who like him on the field, but they don't like him at the same time because he's not healthy. He can't never stay healthy for the season. He might get you maybe 6, 7, maybe 8 games out the season. So he might give you 50% of the games, but because of injury. So he's like an injury prone. But when he's on the field, he makes an impact.
He's a stud, yeah.
Yeah, and it's just like that's the only other 2 people I think y'all got to worry about. But he is limited this week in practice because of a shoulder injury, which was last week too. It was his shoulder. But I think he's going to play, most likely with Cameron Jordan. Also, you got to watch out for David Adamadu up the middle, the defensive tackle. He is a stud, too. Like, he makes noise up the middle.
Is a beast.
Oh, Demario Davis. Him, Kawan, and you got to watch out for the rookie, too, Pete Warner from Ohio State. He is, and I'll tell you like this. If you go watch Pete Warner's film right now and from the NFL, and you go watch his college films, he reminds me a lot of Luke Kuechly that used to play for the Panthers. And the reason why, because he's a sideline-to-sideline linebacker. He can cover if he needs to, and he's good on the blitz too. But they've been using him a lot on special teams lately since Kawan's been staying healthy, so that's a good thing. But other than that, our linebacking core is good. And I was telling people, like I was telling Grandizer the other day, I really do think the missing pieces. So if I go back to the missing pieces for y'all to make a Super Bowl run, I really think this is what y'all missing. The O-line, of course. I think y'all running backs, yes, y'all missing a stud running back like a Kamara, but the running back room y'all got, y'all can win because the Saints did the same thing with the people we had, with like a Phillip Lindsay type of guy and a Duke Johnson running it, pounding it. Y'all receiving core is good, I think. I don't even think y'all really need no more receivers because, like I said, any of them can step up to be a number 1 for any game that you want. Devontae Parker can, Waddle can, and like I said, if Will Fuller really was playing, he can be a number 1. You saw what he did with Deshaun Watson and the Houston Texans organization. Your tight end is great. Mike Gesicki is great. So your offense is really good besides the O-line, basically. The O-line just ain't protecting them. Now you move to your defensive side. You got the new young stud and Jalen Phillips. You got the other guy. I forgot his name. Ogba. I don't know how to say his name.
Agba? Yeah.
Agba. That's good.
Emmanuel.
So I think y'all good right there. Maybe the middle, maybe up the middle. Defensive tackle, you might be missing somebody really good right there. Maybe you get a big name guy. But I think y'all weakness, and I think Dudley Do Wrong said it too earlier. The linebackers are really good when blitzing. But if you go drop them back for a pass, they can't do nothing on a pass. So I feel like if y'all would have found a Kawan, if y'all got a Kawan on y'all team, a Kawan Alexander, and a Demario Davis, like a leader like Demario on the field, and find you a Kawan Alexander type of player that can cover and run sideline to sideline, this team will be a Super Bowl team in a heartbeat because y'all defensive backs are good, your safeties, cornerbacks are good, your D-line is pretty good, like I said. It's just your linebackers and I think your O-line. I think that's the only thing I'm really missing. And like some people are going to say, they're going to hate on Tua. Look, I didn't really like Tua because I was not an Alabama fan. But I told people, I said, it's Jalen Hurts, it's Tua, it's Matt Jones. Are they all going to be a really good quarterback in the NFL? Because the reason why I told him, I said, you don't know if they're going to be that good is because they were playing for a really good school. And you was playing under Nick Saban. So you see all the receivers that go in the first round every year from Alabama and LSU. So you always got good studs at receivers. You always got a good O-line, and you always got a great defense at Alabama. So it's like you always going to win no matter what quarterback they play, they're going to win. So I told people until they get into the NFL, that's when they're going to prove themselves if they can win or not. And Tua's been proving it this year. Since he came back from his injury, he's actually been winning, doing good, protecting the ball too. Because I remember last year he made some rookie mistakes, turning it over. But this year it looked like he cleaned it up a little bit. And like everybody says, as long as I think the way for y'all to beat us is for y'all defense to hold us, the offense. Just make sure you keep Ian Books contained, Make make us beat y'all with a pass and see what the young rookie can do. But with y'all blitzing a lot, that might hurt y'all because, like I said, he can scramble too. So you got to watch out on what the young man can scramble. Don't blitz too much. Keep us over there. And then on offense, I think y'all just got to try to run the ball the best you can. Like I said, we do have one of the best running defense when it comes up to, the front seven, so it's hard to run the ball. But the only good thing that I can give for you about playing our defense, for some reason our defense always struggles against a scrambling quarterback that can run out the pocket and extend the play. And Tua can do that. So that's what we got to worry about against y'all. And I think that's how y'all can win the game. It's just make sure our offense doesn't do nothing. I think it's going to be a back and forth game, to be honest with you. It's probably going to come down to field goals, and it's going to come down to who defense can play the best lock-up defense and make the best turnovers to give their team more opportunities for field goals and touchdowns. Or it might come down to a 7-0 win if you scoop up the ball and get a fumble for a touchdown on defense, or we get the scoop or a pick six or something. I really do think it's going to be one of those type of games unless Ian Brooks or Tua can step up their game and play against really good defenses. Because, like I said, y'all got a good defense, we got a good defense, but we got to see which quarterback can make the better plays and stuff. Because, I already know y'all going to be blitzing and watching out for the number one player on the team, which is Kamara. Y'all going to be watching him. And I told everybody on my, podcast before, if we would have had Michael Thomas this year, at least, this team can be really good no matter who's at quarterback. I don't care if you're Trevor Siemian and you can't scramble. You're going to be good because they can't focus on the run the whole game of just Kamara, because you got to watch Michael Thomas now doing his slants, doing anything he wants on you. And you got to double team him, and that would open up more fields for everybody. But we wasn't it. So now everybody literally, they say, okay, well, the receivers, I can trust my corner on their receivers. They ain't nothing right now. So now all they do is okay, all I got to look for is just for number 41 on the field. That's it. But with Jameis on the field, people had to watch the deep balls, to Deontay Harris, who we don't have because of the suspension that he had. So one more game and then he'll be back, So we don't have him. But with Jameis on the field, he actually scrambled a little bit when we needed him to. If he didn't see none, he ran with it and got positive yards. His deep ball accuracy is so good. They should put his deep ball accuracy 99 in Madden, but they don't. They hold him because they don't like Winston. They don't like 30 for 30. But also, too, if you had Taysom Hill at quarterback, he can run the ball, right? He can escape those blitz that y'all send and stuff, and he can run the ball. But if I was a defensive coach, and I'm not trying to, kill my boy Taysom Hill on here, y'all. I'm not trying to do that, y'all. But if I was a defensive coach, if I was the Dolphins coach and Taysom Hill was starting, I'll tell my team, look, I normally blitz against Taysom Hill. I'm going to just say, you know what? I'm going to put a quarterback contain on your butt. I'm only going to rush 3 or 4 people because that O-line's already banged up. And guess what, Taysom? Since you got a messed up hand and a finger on here, you better beat me over the top with your passing game. Because if not, you can't beat me because we don't have to worry about your run because your O-line, crap. And all they got to do now is basically just watch Kamara. That's what I would do if I was a coach because Taysom Hill's got to beat you. But with Ian Brooks, we don't know how that's going to happen. Because, like I said, Ian Brooks can throw good. He's really good in college with Notre Dame, so we got to see how that goes. And like I said, he can scramble. So I'm really, really excited to see. But like I said, do you kind of agree with me, though, with the pieces that y'all missing? I think it's really just linebackers, like a stud linebacker, and literally your O-line. I really do think everywhere else y'all pretty solid.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think, yeah, absolutely. When it comes to our defense, we're pretty much there. The only question for the team, or one of the questions for the team and it for Dolphins fans is will they be able to catch the offense up to the same level as the defense quick enough before our aging players like Xavier Howard and Byron Jones, because they're both 28 right now, right? Getting ready to be 29, in that range of their career. So, and Emmanuel Ogbah too. So, are we able to make sure these guys are locked up and on the team, and if we can get the offense caught up in time? But when it comes to the defense, yeah, basically I'd say we just need a stud Mike linebacker. We need to get that guy in the middle who's good at calling the defense, who's instinctual, who can play both the run, the pass, etc. And absolutely. When it comes to the offense, yeah, I mean the main focus for sure is the offensive line. And then I think otherwise, just in the weapons department, they just need to add one or two more pieces and they'll be good to go. The question is will they get to that point? And will they make the right moves? There's it's hotly debated within the Dolphins community on whether or not we spend our resources properly and so on and so forth. So it will be interesting to see how they play that going forward and into the off season. But yeah, I also agree though when it comes to your outlook of the game. Like I do think it's going to be a very defensive heavy game, and I do think it's going to be incumbent upon the offenses to see who can just make that one play more than the other team, unless it comes down to something like you said, like a defensive scoop and score or pick six or something like that, which it definitely could. But yeah, I think for the most part, the offenses are going to have to step up, and it will be interesting for us to see how we do handle Ian Book, especially because there's not really like any film on him, at least not from the NFL level, right? It's all college, so they're going to have to look at that and game plan around that and everything. I think they'll probably still show plenty of exotic looks and bring blitz packages and stuff because they're going to want to try and confuse the young guy. So it is going to be interesting, but to me, it is definitely like, I think both defenses are at this point, pretty solid throughout, on all three levels. But to me, it's the defensive lines that are really going to, make the difference, because we both have, pass rushers that are capable of getting home and at a pretty high frequency, in addition to being like, you guys are ranked better than us right now in run defense. But like I said, ever since we've had Raekwon Davis back from injury, our run defense has improved drastically. And so, I think it's definitely going to come down in large part to those defensive lines and who can impose their will more. The thing when it comes to that matchup, the in the trenches matchup, I do still give the Saints an edge in my book because our offensive line started out bad. Like, we're the worst ranked offensive line in the league, and for a reason. Because they've just been pretty atrocious, letting up pressures like it's literally their job, even though their job description says the exact opposite. So, it's been rough. Obviously it might give our guys an extra bit of an opportunity since you guys have guys that are going to be sitting out because of injuries or COVID. So it's going to be fascinating. That trench battle is certainly going to be a key point of this game, I think, one way or the other. And I'm one of those kinds of people that feels like winning football starts in the trenches anyway. So.
Yep, I feel you. But we're going to answer this question real quick because it's from Gran over here. He wants to know, what is your 3 keys to victory for y'all to beat us? And then I'm going to answer my 3 keys to victories of us, the Saints, to beat the Dolphins.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting. I mean, I'm actually going to, I plan to do my preview video on my channel on Saturday, because I want to let some of this COVID stuff play out, see if any more guys get put on. But it's interesting because it's kind of thrown a wrench into the whole system. And as far as my evaluation, but I would say that definitely the defense has to continue for the Dolphins. They have to continue to play aggressive, even though there isn't a lot of, I mean, it's only college tape or whatever. They don't have any NFL tape on him. Just play aggressive. He's a young guy. He's going to probably have some growing pains, I would imagine, as any young player does. So our defense just has to play aggressive, take advantage of the fact that, you guys are a little bit shorthanded, as much as, it sucks that's the case. You got to play the guys in front of you. So that's the number one thing. When it comes to more specific, I would say that they definitely have to start with containing Kamara, because if we can take him away early, then I think we'll have a solid chance. But if we let Kamara start, opening up our defense, then I think guys like Traquan Smith and Callaway will have extra opportunities. And if, Ian Book is a guy who can scramble and, extend plays and use his legs a bit, then, all of that will start to take the heat off of from our pass rush. So it's going to start by containing Kamara and then just be aggressive against the young rookie. And then the third thing I will say for us offensively is Tua has been very, very efficient. And so he needs to continue to be efficient. And I do think that despite the lack of protection, despite the lack of a running game that we've had, I mean, this last game was by far and away our best game when it comes to running the football. And we've been pretty terrible at it the entire season. So having no run game, no offensive line, and weapons that are very unreliable, I think Tua has done a phenomenal job of elevating the offense and masking a lot of the deficiencies. And so he's got to do that. He's just got to play good, clean, sound, efficient, fundamental football and not turn it over, because he has had some issues with that this season. And it does have part to do with the lack of protection. He has battled injuries, right? The rib injury, and then he had the middle finger injury like Taysom has had. So he's had those hamper him a little bit. So all of that plays a factor, but he's got to play clean, fundamental football, because if he turns the ball over, then, that's the thing is like, and I think this goes for both of us and both sides of the ball for the offense, is if they turn the ball over and give the other team's offense short field, then that will give them, I think, opportunities to maybe punch it in, where if we force each other to have to drive the length of the field, they might not be able to do it, and the defenses will force like 3-and-outs and punts and stuff like that. So I think that's going to be huge, and that's the third thing for us.
Gotcha. I kind of agree with everything you said, basically. But then, for us, the Saints, my key victories is number one. It's up front, both sides. Offensive line because we banged up, and the defensive line. So number one, both up front. So O-line, you need to protect the damn young rookie, man. Give this man some time to pass. Make sure you give Kamara some running holes, because I feel like once he gets out the backfield, past your D-line, it's going to be harder for the linebackers to stop him. Yeah. Because like I said, Kamara is shifty. It's going to be hard to cover him on like wheel routes and stuff like that. So if we do run some screen passes, then it'll make sure they on the screen pass and don't get fooled, because once he gets that open space, it's hard to tackle. So number two will be Kamara. That's my key to victory. Kamara needs to have a big game, pounding the ball down that throat. Use Mark Ingram too, because Mark Ingram's still a solid running back that can pound it up down here. He can still do screens too, but Kamara is just your more screen guy. So we need him to have a big game on the ground and in the air to help out the young rookie. So like if nobody's there, dump it off to him, see what we can do. And then third is basically the defense need to keep Tua in the pocket and put pressure on him. Don't allow the man to escape the pocket and extend the plays, because that's where we bite ourselves in the foot every time against rushing quarterbacks. And as long as we can contain him and pressure him, because I know he's not a rookie anymore, but he's still young. This is only his second year. So I feel like if we put enough pressure on him and stuff like that, like some of the people said in the chat, if the defense plays really good and gets through your O-line like you said we should, because your O-line ain't doing good, then maybe, just maybe, we can make Tua see some ghosts, like Sam Darnold did when he played for the Jets. I was seeing ghosts. And that can be our key to victory. But like you said, at the end of the day, I think it does come down to both defense playing great, because I don't know what's wrong with our Saints. I don't know why our defense plays fabulous and shuts out Tom Brady, but when you go play a team that's not supposed to score on you, you let them score on you. It just don't make no sense. But it is what it is. It is what it is. It's how we play. It's just when they see Tom Brady, they want to murder him. I guess they trying to say get out the lead, Tom Brady. I mean, that's what I want to say to him too. But those are my keys to victories. Like I said, the O-line, defensive line's got to do something. Kamara's got to have a nice big game, and our defense just got to find a way to keep Tua in the pocket and don't let him extend the plays. I mean, those are my major, keys. And now if you add a fourth key, the rookie, just make sure you don't turn the ball over. Keep the ball and be safe with it. If you got to take a sack, take the sack. You can live another down. Don't be throwing the ball away and stuff like that to where somebody can get a pick, Just make sure you keep it safe. And that's basically my key to victories and stuff. But I am, if you're okay with it, I'm about to open up the lines a little bit for people that are in the chat and come on here and ask questions, Also, if y'all have any questions for him or me, put it in the chat and put, Dillion next to it so we can know who's the question for. Or just put you and him if you want to. But before we open the lines and do that, Mr. Dillion, I got a video, and I want to tell everybody when I play this video, I'm trying to do stuff for my community this Christmas / New Year's. It was supposed to be for Christmas, but I'm not able to go during Christmas. But the Children's Hospital, I dropped my damn mic over here, y'all. So the Children's Hospital in New Orleans, y'all. I talked to him this morning, and I'm gonna be able to donate toys, coloring books and all that to him. But they said I can't do it on Christmas. They said any day after the 29th or the 30th, I'm allowed to go over there, bring it to the hospital and take pictures, with them for me donating. But they said I'm not allowed inside the hospital because of COVID. So any of the nurses, the people that are helping me with the donations and stuff, are able to, take pictures with them and show the stuff we donated to them and stuff. And just to let everybody know, so far, me and one of my friends donated and went and bought some stuff today. We bought $200 worth of stuff already, and I got a little video for that, for y'all can have a little bit more information on that, so we can donate to these kids and make their year better. It's going to be called the new toys for the new year, but they can have a new year coming up because this year is coming to an end. I want them to enjoy their Christmas and stuff, and have enough stuff and coloring books, crayons, markers, you name it, and toys for next year, just in case you get new kids up in there and stuff like that, so they can have something to do. So I'm gonna play this little short video real quick. And also, by the way, I did have a few other people who donated to me already. I think we're up to $75 in donation off of 3 people. So thank you for those who did donate. And anybody that does want to donate, you can do the Cash App. Or if you don't have Cash App and you got a Venmo, let me know. You're more than welcome to do that. And when I do make the video of me delivering the gifts to them and all that, I will have y'all name in there for the people that does donate, to thank y'all for donating and stuff. So here's the quick video for y'all to look at. All right? And you're seeing it right there, y'all. That's all the $200 worth of stuff already ready to be donated to that. But like I said, we're about to basically get started and open up the lines for anybody that wants to hop on in here. So Saints 01, shoot, Uncle Polly's in here, man. I think this is his second time up in here, man, from Base Q's podcast. So Uncle Polly, if you got anything to say, come on here, man. Mr. Jerry, I know you always love being on my show, so if you want to come on here, you're more than welcome. So come on here, come talk some Saints football if you got any questions. And anybody in the chat, like I said, just if you got a question and you just don't want to come on the show, just type it in here and we can answer those questions for you. But while we wait for somebody to load in here, Dillion, we basically talked about the main keys and stuff. So with this offseason, I know you said you want to work on some offensive tackles. Do you want the Dolphins to draft in the first round for like a tackle, or do you want to see them maybe get like a stud running back, like you said, and then maybe in free agency get a veteran type of guy, like you said, an Armstead from us or somebody else? But y'all do, if I'm not mistaken, too, I think Haseki is going to be a free agency at tight end, so y'all might have to re-sign him if y'all want a stud tight end still.
Yeah, it's gonna be really interesting to see how the Dolphins play out this offseason. The first thing I'll say is that the way that I would prefer to see it done is I would love to see them get the offensive line help through free agency. I'd love to see them at least get, one, if not two tackles, one for each side, maybe a center. That's where I'd like to see the big money be spent, is on that offensive line, because I think that's where we need the most help. We need veteran guys, veteran leadership, experience, young guys or experienced guys that the young guys can lean on for help, to learn from and evolve and grow from. And then, yeah, when it comes to a running back, I would like to get one of the top running backs in the draft. But it's funny because like my drafting philosophy is pretty unorthodox just in general, and I oftentimes opt for an offensive lineman in the first round because we have such a difficult time with building our offensive line. So it's very like last year I like, as much as I love Waddle, I actually wanted Penei Sewell with the pick. And then the previous couple years, I wanted an offensive lineman in the first round too. So one of the stud offensive linemen, a Tristan Wirfs or, whatever. So that's how I would prefer to see them do it. Do I see them doing that in reality? Unfortunately, no, I don't see them doing that. Especially too, because like there have been, behind the scenes rumblings and rumors and all this, that, and the other. So, it looks like, if I'm being honest, it looks like the Dolphins' plan, or at least tentative plan for right now in the offseason, is they may go and pick up one veteran offensive tackle, but that might be about the extent of it. And then I think that they are going to make a big play for Deshaun Watson again. So, if that's the case, then obviously that's going to eat up a lot of our resources. So, we're going to have to trade away significant draft capital for the next few years. And it's also going to take up, a significant chunk of our cap space, which, even though we're projected to be like number 1 or number 2 in the NFL in cap space next year, that'll obviously drop considerably with a $40 million hit, which he has. So, we'll see how it plays out. That's how I would like to see it done. The first portion of that, but I actually think the latter portion is what they will do. Which, just real quick too, by the way, just so I can put it out there, like, because Deshaun Watson in that conversation, like I believe in Tua. I think his ceiling is a slightly more athletic version of Drew Brees. And I actually think that he would be perfectly suited for the Saints. But when it comes to Deshaun Watson, I do agree that, at least as of right now, he certainly is the better product, the more polished product. And I do think that he has a level of athleticism and physical ability that Tua will never be able to get to, because it's just not who he is, right? Which is fine. They're different quarterbacks. But so I agree with that from a player to player comparison standpoint, but I've actually never been on board with trading for Deshaun Watson, even before the allegations hit, because I was not psyched about the idea of giving up so much for him. And especially too, if we get to the offseason and a lot of this, legal stuff does clear up, and there is at least clarity to the point where we know that he's not going to get indicted and sent to prison, then I think that the price for him is actually going to go up. And so, it may end up being like 4 first-round picks and then like a couple second or third-day picks as well thrown in there. So I think it's going to be a substantial amount. I've never been on board with it because I think it's too much of a gamble. I think it's too many eggs in a singular basket, especially considering the fact that the offense does have a lot it still needs. And I'm worried about them being able to adequately catch it up to the defense and where they are right now, with being hamstrung and not having all those resources to actually do it. So we'll see how it plays out. It'll be a fascinating offseason for the Dolphins.
Hey, it'll be for us too. A nice little offseason, because we're going to see who's going to be the quarterback next year. Because we don't know. Because remember, Jameis was just on a 1-year deal. But we'll save all that talking about later, for the off-season talk. But we do have two people waiting to talk to us, so I'm gonna bring on the first one. So let's welcome God of Creations, man. Who that to you?
Hey, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good. How about you?
Brother?
Can you hear me? Y'all can hear me, right?
Yep, I can hear you.
All right. Oh, good. I wanted to say, I agree with y'all on how the Saints and the Dolphins matchup is really a either way. I feel like depending on how Tua plays, how the offensive line holds up, and how our Saints defense actually plays is a deciding factor of that game. I feel like if we see decent quarterback play from Ian Book, which isn't it's not really hard to think is possible considering the job that Taysom Hill has been doing. I feel like we can score more than 9 points on the Dolphins. Not to say they're any like they're just like worse or anything, because I think their corners are just way better than the Bucks. It's just they've been having trouble stopping the run, and I feel like if we can get some just some nice passes completed with our wide receivers, we can mix in the running game, because I feel like the reason why we ain't been able to score is because they know Taysom is not good at throwing the ball, and our wide receivers aren't elite. So combine non-elite wide receivers and a QB who can't throw past 15 yards, then you really get just a stagnant offense. And I feel like for us, switching to Ian Book is a +1. Not saying it's like some Drew Brees or anything, but I do feel like it's a +1 because I feel like we can expect better opportunities and more efficiency from him.
Gotcha. I do agree with you on the Ian Book's part because, like I said, he can still scramble like Taysom. He might not run the ball and try to truck people like Taysom, but I mean, he can still scramble out the pocket and extend the play. And the number one reason why I'm gonna say a +1 for you and agree with you is because I feel like his throwing ability is gonna be definitely better than Taysom Hill. Now, if his throwing ability goes worse than Taysom Hill, then I'm gonna just ask people how the heck did he go 30-5 with Notre Dame? That's the real question.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, he's supposed to be really accurate and stuff, right? So, I mean, the Dolphins defense is going to try and confuse him, give him exotic looks and things that he's never seen before. But, yeah, I mean, absolutely. And I think that, they need to use some of the short passing game, especially to Kamara, to, play off of y'all's run game. And I think if they do that, that's the thing. And you mentioned earlier, you mentioned Evan Ingram. I think for the Saints offense, it might be a good idea to, use, when it comes to actually running the ball, use Evan Ingram and then use Kamara.
You mean Mark Ingram?
Oh, yeah. Mark Ingram.
You're thinking of Melvin Ingram from the who does he play for now?
I think I was thinking of the defensive end. Evan Ingram.
Evan Ingram.
But yeah, Mark Ingram, yeah. But use him as the actual primary ball carrier, and then use Kamara in the short passing game or screen game as an extension of that. Because I think Ingram is actually pretty solid, especially when it comes to tough runs up the middle or short yardage kind of stuff. So I think he could probably, if you guys wanted to run it on first down, maybe use him and then use Kamara in that short game to feed off of that. It'd be interesting to see.
I agree. Yep, I definitely feel like we need to kind of with Ian Book coming in, I feel like it's a great opportunity to just kind of develop the offense around him. Because now if we end up winning these 3 games, I'm pretty sure we can get to the playoffs. I don't know. I haven't checked the Eagles because they have the tiebreaker against us. And I don't know if any of those teams that are fighting us are just considerably better. I feel like our problem was always offense. Even with Drew Brees, I feel like us fans were like, we need a wide receiver. Like we really need a wide receiver because we we always could count on Michael Thomas because for the most part before these 2 years he was always here. He almost had like a perfect attendance. He was very reliable, and not saying he's not reliable now. It's just that the fact things happen, and so when things happen, you know you need somebody that can be your blanket, that can go out there, and no matter if he's facing like a number one corner, he could at least put up 50 to 60 yards. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like we don't have any of that. I don't, it's like literally like zeros out there, and I feel like depending on how we play during this, if we get to the playoffs, is a big factor of how we lose if on what our draft picks will be, because I honestly have more hopes for next year than I had for this year. And this year I thought we were gonna be able to keep Jameis and eventually have Michael Thomas. And so I think the our staff isn't idiots, and they can see the problem we are having, because even just people that have probably just, we definitely don't have the experience they do. We can easily see the offensive issues are like the number one priority of the downfall of the Saints. You know what I'm saying? So we did all this building up for the defense when Drew was here. Now we just gotta build this offense, and even though we're in the now playing in this playoffs, we need to mix a run up. You know what I'm saying? Wide receiver runs, screens. A lot more of that stuff. Don't try to do our gun, because I know we're really heavy on gun with Drew. I feel like we just got to mix up that running game with our receivers as well.
Yep. I mean, it's our receiver. It's our receiving core. Like, I felt like what they was hoping was Michael Thomas be back at the beginning of the season, and that didn't happen because of the surgery. Then they said, okay, we're going to get him back, and he was still help Winston out. Okay, cool. Well, Winston goes down, and then like the next game or two, and he was supposed to come back. Michael Thomas was supposed to come back, and what happens? Oh, he's out for the season because of his setback. So now it just makes me think, like, did Michael Thomas really have a setback, or did he take the setback because he knows Winston wasn't going to be there, and he knew Taysom Hill and Trevor Siemian was going to be a downfall for him? But then again, if you're a really stud receiver like Michael Thomas, why would you take a setback and say, do a fake setback? Because that's going to make you look even better if you went in because you're carrying your team, being the number one target on the field, getting 20 catches a game. Because
I think the reason I feel like it's a smarter business move and a career move for him than anything, because say okay, the positives and the negatives. If you look at the positives, what if he went out and dominated? What else would have changed that? Like, we already know he's a dominant receiver. He's already getting his money. What's the point of him trying to go out there instead of taking his time to heal and letting see? And it's a good thing for us because it actually allows our staff to be like, hey, we have a problem at offense. So it's more negatives than anything, because then if what if he re-injured himself? Then we have another setback. Or if he doesn't play well, then it's like, oh man, Michael Thomas, he's not the same no more. I feel like there was more. The negatives were definitely not in his favor, but there's also a positive with the negative of him not playing, which is allowing the coaching staff to really evaluate how are we going to survive without Michael Thomas, and Drew Brees to bail us out. Even though Jameis Winston was doing fine, he was doing perfectly fine. He was doing better than anybody expected. Like even with him, we still, you know, it was hard coming up with you know, offensive schemes to obtain some yardage, and I feel like it's definitely better that he stayed out more than him playing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I do
mean,
feel you.
yeah, I mean,
You can go ahead.
injuries are tough. I mean, like I actually feel like last year with Tua, right? Because he was coming off that hip injury or whatever, going into his first season. I was actually a person who thought they should have just redshirted him and just let him, in part because of the injury, and just let him get healthy and stuff. So I definitely see what you're saying. I mean, like, it's one of those things. It's like a double-edged sword, right? So like, there's some good, there's some bad. It sucks that you guys don't have him because he's one of your top playmakers, and it has, been one of the things that has, suffered on your offense. But on the flip side, like you said, at least he's able to, throughout this year get healthy, and then hopefully next year can come back for you and be a prominent role player again, and be that. And then, as well too, because I also agree with, if like I think the coaching staff you have there is great in, New Orleans. And so I think that given this opportunity, like I do like Traquan Smith and Callaway. Like I think those guys are solid players that can be good players for you, over years to come. But they do got to have an opportunity to play. The coaching staff does have to be able to see what they're capable of. They have to evaluate them. They got to be able to, give them reps so they can develop and stuff like that. So yeah, I mean, it's one of those things. That's both sides of it are part of the context. It's not good not having him now because you guys definitely need him. And I mean, like when it comes to the playoff situation, I mean, the Dolphins are in a similar situation. Like, we have to win the rest of our games to really have a chance to make it into the playoffs. Because that'll, even if we have really tough games, and we play you guys, then we play the Titans, and then we play the Patriots. And my concern with all of these teams is they all have really good defenses, and they can all run the ball well. So, it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough for us. But yeah, I mean, we're in a similar situation, and it's been primarily our offense that has been, the hindrance. Our defense didn't start out very hot, but I firmly believe that was just because they weren't utilizing and employing the aggressive, kind of Brian Flores brand of defense that we saw all last year and now for the second half. So, it'll be interesting to see how it plays out. These last 3 weeks of the season are going to be crazy. I mean, like the game that's on tonight, the San Francisco Titans game. I was telling Hoodie behind stage before we started, it's got major implications for us, both for playoffs and draft positioning, because our first round pick next year is the one that we got from the 49ers when we traded back down to 12. So there's major implications for us, but there's implications for you too, because the 49ers are one of those teams that's vying for one of those wild card spots that could potentially stand in y'all's way to getting there. So, and they're winning right now 10-0.
Yep.
The Niners are.
Fair, yeah. So, got a creation, man. I think I noticed your name. Did you come over from Mr. TJ's State of the Saints?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Thank you for coming over here and follow and trusting your boy Hoodie Jube, to do the podcast and stuff like that. So like I said, thanks a lot for checking out the channel and stuff, and actually coming on here. Like I said, I open up the lines every time I go live, just because, like I told everybody, it's boring to me to be a podcaster and be able to just sit right here and just talk to y'all while y'all in the chat, And I'm like, okay, yeah, question after question after question. When I'm like, damn, why y'all typing to someone on the damn show? We got the open lines. It doesn't hurt to
Right.
hit that damn link and join in and say what's your voice. I'm like, oh, y'all scared because of your voice? I mean, you scared what your voice sounds like? I ain't gonna judge you.
Right.
So is there any other questions though you got for me or for Mr. Dillion?
Yeah. So for for um for what do y'all think is the best situation for both teams? Like, I know basically this whole stretch, um, everything needs to play perfect. So, you know, what situation do you see both of us being satisfied? Like, I know y'all said y'all need the Dolphins need to win this game because they got a tough opponent, but it seems like they're gonna lose. So if we win and Titans lose, how do y'all see both of us making playoffs?
Yeah, I mean, it's honestly pretty easy for the Dolphins. I mean, like I've actually like on my channel, I've been doing for the past few weeks, an NFL playoff predictor, and going through it and seeing how, and honestly, because we started off 1-7 this year, and we dug ourselves into a tremendous hole. And yeah, we've been on a 6-game winning streak, but the truth of it is we did only really play one tough team, and that was the Baltimore Ravens. And the rest of it was like the Jets twice, the Giants, the Panthers were all right, and then you have the Texans. So that was the soft part of our schedule, and we took advantage of it. We're on the 6-game win streak. But now these last 3 games are super tough for us. And because of the hole that we dug ourselves into, we have to, if we lose even one more game, then we're basically eliminated. Technically, we'll still be mathematically alive. And there are like a couple scenarios that we'd be able to sneak in at 9-8. But a lot of things would have to go in our favor. And we're basically running out of time at this point. So really for the Dolphins, the way to get to the playoff is win out. We have to go 10-7, and then if the Bills manage to beat the Patriots this week, then our playoff chances are at 99% is what the estimates are. So, but that requires the Bills to beat the Patriots this upcoming week, and we have to win the last 3 games. So this one against y'all, Tennessee Titans next week, and then the New England Patriots in week 18. So it's a tough stretch for us, and we got a pretty big hill to climb. So we'll see.
Yes. And also thank you for Peyton for subscribing, man. Thank you. We just gained a new subscriber. But also, yeah, just to add on to that conversation, I think the Saints has a really good shot because, just think we play our rivalry team, the Falcons, but that's never easy for some reason when we play them. But I feel like when we lose the first time, we always play so hard the next time we play them. It's like, why did we let y'all beat us? And then we go back and smack the crap out of them the second game. Same thing with the Panthers. It always happens, at least once a year. Besides last year, I think last year we swept almost every single person, every single team.
Yeah, we swept the whole team.
Yeah, we swept the whole division. So that was our first time in a while doing that. But, we need the Vikings to lose again. We definitely need, I would say the 49ers to lose, but, look like they're going to win tonight, maybe. We need the Eagles to lose again. And I think, who was the other team that was in the run with it? It was the Eagles, the Vikings, right? That's it?
Yeah, I think it's the
I think
that's pretty much 49ers here, top 3 and ahead of you.
So, just think of this. The only thing is we have a good shot because of our defense, right? It's the offense. Now, the question is, if Ian Brooks balls out somehow against the Dolphins and he shows you, okay, look at this elite defense they have, and he balls out and does really good. Now, the question is, when everybody comes back from COVID next week, do you start Taysom Hill again, or do you give the young man another shot?
No.
This is the Falcons and the Panthers, and you won't have a guy with a broken hand either throwing the ball. So that's the real question.
I feel like if we win, we keep him in because, especially if he scores more than 9 points, I feel like we definitely should keep him in because having Taysom at his role that he is known for, that he is getting a contract for, it's him playing all these other roles. He should. I'm sorry, bro, but as a man, you gotta know what your weaknesses are, and you're just not an NFL caliber QB. You know what I'm saying? You are an amazing athlete, and you're probably like our best tight end. Like he is an amazing athlete. If we talk about athletic ability, then he's one of our top five, top three. But we need him. We need all hands on deck, and generating any type of offense is Ian Book being that QB or Trevor being that QB and Taysom back in his roles. But if Taysom gets back in his roles, we need him to play more than 3 snaps a game. He should at least be getting 12 to 15 snaps, bare minimum. He needs to be in there when we want to run, and when we're running, come out in I formation more instead of single backs. The single back gun, and you know what I'm saying? Have strong runs, have trick plays for Taysom, you know what I'm saying? Have him at wide out, have him at tight end. We need to have him in the game more for us to succeed because his play at any other position than QB is so exponentially higher than him being at QB, especially if he gets plays. Because there's been a few games last year, I'm pretty sure, that he balled out, and we just need that, you know what I'm saying? Not having the greatest accurate quarterback of all time, it hurts, and we can't expect anybody to be as accurate, but we can expect to generate offenses elsewhere, and that's what we really need to do.
Yeah, real quick, I want to say something about that because it's funny. Like, a couple things. First off, I agree with a lot of that. I mean, the first thing I'll say is if Ian Book does have a good game and if he does beat us, I think like the Panthers have a solid defense, but I think this will probably be the better defense out of the last 3 that you have to face. So if he can manage to beat our defense, then yeah, I would say definitely give him a shot, give him a look, because it should be easier comparatively than those last 2 games. And then it would give Taysom an opportunity to be a more dynamic weapon out of the backfield or, on the outside as a wide receiver. But the other thing I wanted to say is because, from a Dolphins fan perspective and with the situation that we have, I mentioned that I believe the Dolphins are actually going to be going after Deshaun Watson in the offseason. And I think that they've pretty much already made up their mind about Tua. But you said that you can't get you're not going to, or you can't expect at least to have a guy come in and be as accurate as Drew Brees. But what I would say is, because it's funny, like for me, I want the Dolphins to build around Tua, but if they do give up on him and get rid of him, for me, my ideal landing spot would be the Saints. I think that Tua would be phenomenal with the Saints because I think that he has it again. I think that his ceiling is a slightly more athletic version of Drew Brees. I think he's got all the, his accuracy is elite, his pocket presence is elite, his release time is phenomenal. Like the way that he's been able to execute our RPO offense with literally the worst run game or, a bottom 2 run game in the league and no offensive line is phenomenal. He does need to work on, his progression based, NFL caliber type offenses and learn how to do that. But he's a young player. And I think that, you add in those things, add in his anticipation and his ball placement. Like, I think that he would be perfect for the Saints. And his accuracy is one of those things that he can certainly be on he's one of the few quarterbacks that I think can run an offense efficiently enough to have that type of completion percentage. I mean, he's had already a couple 80 plus, games this season, or I think he currently leads the NFL in completion percentage. He is the number 1 quarterback and completion percentage. I think it's currently
Wow.
at 69.9%. So he's 0.1% away from 70%, which, you know, the last few years of Drew Brees, he was at, you know, 70 or just over 70%. So I honestly
Yep.
think that, you know, if you guys don't bring, you know, Jameis Winston back, if you don't think that he's going to be, or, you know, from an organizational standpoint, if they don't think that he's
Right.
going to be the guy, and if the Dolphins do decide to give up on Tua, I think that would be a match made in heaven.
All right. Yep. Yep. And that's a now that I think of that, our teams kind of really sound very identical. Now that I'm hearing it from your aspect, because you know, we're AFC, so we barely get matchups, and I just knew y'all had an elite secondary, and I'm like, if you go, our teams are really not too much different. The only thing that y'all have above us is like QB play, wide receiver play. You know, if we don't count Michael Thomas, and we just all we have on offense is just I think we have better coaching and we have a better halfback, but our teams sound very identical, and I think it is for we can see a lot of change up between both of our teams, because like you said, Deshaun is out there, and I know I feel like our team, I feel like we should trust Jameis enough personally, because you know I don't want to have to go through another learning curve, you know what I'm saying? And I feel like he's took care of his opportunities. When his opportunities came, he handled them, you know what I'm saying? Obviously there were some bumps in the road, but you can't blame him for the bumps, because he was out there working with like, you know, really nothing, to be honest. And if we want to be realistic, you know, people want to talk about all these great QBs. Oh man, well, Deshaun and Russell Wilson and Aaron Rodgers, you know, all QBs that could potentially lead their team are better than him. Well, yeah, give Jameis Devontae, or give him Michael Thomas, or give him, you know, DK or Tyler Lockett. He had, like, you can't tell me a receiver that had any type of potential like the DK and the Devontae, you know, for these QBs to be elite and have these seasons like Patrick Mahomes, you know, these top 5 QB and MVP player type seasons, you need a number 1 wide receiver. And I feel like we shouldn't hold anything against Jameis, because he never had Michael Thomas. Now, if we get next year, if he comes back and, you know, say for some odd reason he just doesn't perform well even with Michael Thomas, then we can talk about something. But yeah, I really do feel like we could be seeing some between these last 5 years, teams have been flip-flopping. A lot of star players haven't been the most loyalist to their team, and, you know, started with Tom Brady, you know what I'm saying? That was a big one. I think we really all expected him to retire with the Patriots, you know. And from there, I feel like you can see we're going to see a lot of QB switch ups, and, you know, it's going to be a fun time during this off season and draft and next year, because we're going to really, I feel like next year a lot of teams should be in spots to win. Because I think the Lions are considered the worst team by their record. We've seen them just strangle the Cardinals. So if they can figure out,
the Lions are going to be good soon.
Right? Yep. If they can keep, you know, that momentum with their defense and figure out, you know, what they need on offense, I feel like a lot of the competitiveness, we're not going to see a lot of these, you know, 12-4, 12-5 now. We're not going to see we're not going to see a lot of teams looking like that. It's going to be hard, I think, and every win is going to matter. You know what I'm saying? Coming next year.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting how it plays out, man.
It will. And also, God of Creation, man, thank you for definitely coming on the show. And like I said, thanks again for following me on here, man. And I always got the lines open for you, man, for when you come. But we do have a few more people than what I thought was going to be in here. We got Uncle Polly waiting to come on. We got Little Purple Marcus. And also Saints 01 is on waiting too. So thank you again for coming on the show, man.
Thank y'all. Thank y'all for having me, and thank y'all for listening. I appreciate that.
No problem, man. Who that to you?
Yep, who that?
Alrighty, y'all. That was God of Creation, man. Came over from Mr. TJ's podcast, and Mr. TJ told him straight up, you better follow Hoodie Jube because I'm on the rise. I am on the rise. I don't bullshit with nobody, and I already told everybody before, I do take care of my community, and y'all seen I take my people to the games. Y'all see me trying to take care of this children's hospital in New Orleans, trying to donate, help them out for Christmas. So, like I said, just hop on board with us. I'm telling you, we're about to take off really quick because it's crazy how that same night, no, it was the night before I went on TJ's. I went with them. I gained some subscribers, got over 400, which is what I wanted to be by Christmas. It happened. The next damn day, well, that same night, I'm not gonna lie to you, that same night I had some haters in there putting sleeping symbols and telling me to get off the show. Because I guess they were just haters because I'm actually doing something with my life. They were hating on me. So I gained my 400 subs though. So I gained 20 people compared to those 2 people that didn't want us to subscribe. So laughing in your face now, buddy. And then the next night, Grand Eyes comes in my damn chat and tells me he wants to collab, and I'm like, that's the best way of moving up in here is be able to collab. And also to let everybody know, I did talk to on the I think it's on the Fin side, with the other two YouTubers for the Dolphins. I talked to them today in the emails, and they gonna collab with me too. And most likely we'll try to do it Sunday evening because I'm gonna be off Sunday night. So Sunday night I'm gonna try to do the collab with them. We're going to get their final thoughts on their starts. But like I said, we were here with Mr. Dillion so far. So thanks again, Dillion, for coming on here so far. Like I said, we're only an hour and a half into this. Like I told you, we can go 3 hours with the Who Dat Nation. I don't know how far y'all Miami Dolphins, YouTubers and all of that goes. But like I said, we can talk in here for 5 hours and they don't care. They always in here. But let's bring on Uncle Polly. So before I bring on Uncle Polly, man, look, when I first met this guy on BizQ Show, I really thought, like, I don't like this dude. I really don't like Uncle Polly. He's a trash talker. He says Western sucks, but then at the end of the day, he's messing. But he knows, like, in his heart, like, he just wants us to win. So, like I said, if he says anything, just know he's joking around, I don't want him to, make you mad. Like I said, just if he says anything about your Dolphin, he's probably just because he's messing. But here's Uncle Polly, y'all. Here's Uncle Polly. Uncle Polly, what up, Uncle Polly?
Oh man, glad to be here. Appreciate y'all.
You're welcome, man. Like I said, when I first met you, I didn't know about you. I thought you would had to watch you a little bit, but then after a while, I noticed you was one of those people that jokes around. And at the end of the day, like you said, you just want us to win. You hate seeing the Saints lose because, like you said, you've been fans for them for years, and all we want to do is win them.
I've been watching the Saints for 38 years.
38 years.
Wayne Wilson, Archie Manning, I can remember when they used to have the old black top and white pants with the gold fleur-de-lis helmets. Now, Earl Campbell was still running for the Saints that year, I believe. So, that's been a long time ago.
Oh, yeah, that was before I was even born. Just think of that. I wasn't even born yet.
Oh, yeah, I was a little kid. And what intrigued me about to say, I just loved them helmets, man. It was something, I didn't know what it was then, but the fleur-de-lis and black and gold in the dome, I said, that team, they got some cool jerseys,
Yep.
I've been a fan ever since.
So, Uncle Polly, what's on your mind today, man?
It's just, like I said, I'm a realist. Like I said, I've been watching, I'm from the old, even Bum Phillips there for about a year or two till he retired, and then Jim Mora, man, I went through it under the Mora regime, man. There was a lot of ups and downs, and to me, there's still some parallels even now. You remember the old Dome Patrol? You had that dominant linebacking core. You had the defensive line that was, Jim Wilkes and Wayne Martin and old Robert P. Goff, man. Frank Warren. Frank Warren, he was one of my favorites, man. That dude, he was so hard to block, man. And you got to look at a guy 6'6", 300 pounds. He was so top strong. And Jim Wilkes, man, he just had a nose for the ball. He wasn't the fastest lineman, he wasn't the strongest, but he could always get back there and make those tackles. That's the type of defensive line and linebacker core we have now. And as then now, the secondary was, the Saints never had an elite secondary. We just might as well go and get that out the way. The Saints have never had a secondary that just, dared anybody to throw on them, because, years ago, at one time, like every time you looked around, the Saints were getting some kind of record made against them, So, I used to say, like, why we can't never make a record on somebody? Somebody always getting us,
Yeah, it sucks to be that punching bag team, right? Yeah,
man. But it's just amazing how many times. So how many times there's too many counts. Like I said, in the Moore day, last second against Atlanta, against the 49ers, you need to win. And Martin Anderson come trotting out there on the field, man. And like when he made the kick, like the dome would just explode, man. That was some awesome feelings, man. And even now, it's just people have to understand that everything changed. You have to adjust. You have to, and you have to make up your mind to win. And once you set a precedent for winning, no one's going to, take lackluster and all that. I often say, once you win a Super Bowl, you saying you're one of the best, you're elite. If you don't stay there, you're going to get that flack. You're going to get that second guessing, and that's what New Orleans really, we can say we want about the league or whatever, but once you start winning, you have to keep winning. And you have to have a knack of replacing players with players that are just as good or even better. And, we can say, man, when the last time the Saints had a good draft, just a good draft, not even a great one. We can have so many players as, it's a laundry list of guys that just didn't work out. Kenny Vaccaro, Cedric Ellis, you can name them all, What y'all think?
Yeah. I mean, I understand, man. Like, as a Dolphins fan, from my perspective, I mean, I've been a Dolphins fan now for about 20 years, and pretty much all I know is like mediocrity at best. Like for the past 20 years, the Dolphins have been like just dreadful, and they just get my hopes up. For all of us Dolphins fans, like they get our hopes up year in and year out, and then they crush them. So. Like I hear you, man, and it's tough being the punching bag and the team. Like it's like early on in the season, we were the team that as soon as a team played us, they kind of had a springboard game, right? Like they launched from that. It was a launching pad. Like they played us, they had a really good game, and then they started doing well. There were some exceptions, but I mean, like the Jags or whatever, they just suck. But like. For a lot of teams, it was like that. So I feel you, man. It's just, we want our team. Like, I actually get I have a kind of a reputation in the Dolphins community for being a negative guy. And it's like, I get it because a lot of my perspectives and evaluations, like I point out the negatives. I'm not one of those kind of people that is just
brother. You have to. You can't have no rose colors glasses on. Buddy D used to say you can't do that with your team.
No, exactly.
You got to call a spade, brother.
Exactly, and that's how I am, right? And so, like, does that mean that I ignore the good stuff? No, of course not, right? Because that's also part of the context and part of the information. So, like, like for example. I have not been a fan of how the Dolphins have drafted. I mean, not just the past 3 years, but, over that 20 years in general. But with the current, regime that we have with Brian Flores and Chris Greer and these guys, I haven't been a huge fan of how they've drafted. And a lot of Dolphins fans will be like, okay, that like they'll look at the draft that we just had this year and they'll look at Javon Holland, Jalen Waddle, and Jalen Phillips, the top 3 draft picks that we had this year. And I agree with Dolphins fans when they say that those guys look like they're going to be studs and for a long time to come. I agree with that. They look fantastic. But the second but I'm not one of those kinds of people that's just going to stop there, right? Like a lot of Dolphins fans will just stop there and be like, "Oh, they're phenomenal at drafting because look, they hit on these guys." No, that's not quite true.
Yeah.
Like, the second half of this draft has not been good at all, and the previous 2 drafts are very hit and miss at best. So, I mean, I'm a full picture, full context kind of person. Like that's how I do my evaluations. Am I perfect? By no means, right? Like nobody's perfect. So I have my flaws for sure, but I try and make sure that I don't leave any bit of context out because it's all super important. And the way I think of it is, to me, it's just like a math equation, right? A math equation is comprised of various different variables, right? And though depending on what the variables are, they equal a certain result. If you remove or add variables, that result changes. So to me, it's that simple. You just take all of the context into account, you evaluate all of it, the good and bad, and that's how you're going to get the most accurate, viewpoint and perspective.
You know what, Dylan? I didn't mean to cut you off, but you know what, Dylan? It's
No, listen.
hard to replace a Dan Marino. Now, come on now. It's
Yeah,
hard to replace a
that's
guy
true.
like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And where's Cameron Wake? Now, man, that dude, man, he was like the next Joe Green there for a little while, man. For a few years there, he was just wreaking havoc in Miami. And
Yeah.
even before Jason Taylor, finally went off the scene. And Zach Thomas, man. And you know what? That's the thing, I love Coach Shula, even though I was, never been a Dolphin fan, but I know their history to a certain extent. Coach Shula, that's the 2 things I really fought him. The Dolphins could have won at least 2 more Super Bowls. They never really had an elite defense, after the that 70s and 80s, late 80s, early 80s run. But the defense never really got up to par. And look just how long it was before Dan Marino even had a 1,000-yard rush. I mean, Marino would play like 5, 6 years without even a 1,000-yard rusher. I can remember Bernie Palmer Lee, what was the Spikes running back, and you had Lamar Smith sprinkled in there, Ricky Williams for a little while. So
Yeah.
and then after a while, the Marx brothers, they got old. They never really replaced them as far as wide receivers go. You nostalgia. You get used to certain players. The Saints fall to that to a certain extent, and some other team. But you got to know when to let guys go. A lot of people, they get tired of me saying it, but I'm going to keep on saying it. Just think if the 49ers never moved on from Joe Montana, we probably would have never known who Steve Young was like with that type of caliber team. What y'all think?
Yeah, absolutely. And, I just want to add on to your point about being able to replace players. You also got to be able to do that within the organizational infrastructure with coaches and stuff too, right?
That's true,
because
too. Right.
because
Y'all did have Jimmy Johnson for a spell, and we saw that too,
And that's the thing is like, I mean, honestly, from a Dolphins perspective, we over the past 20 plus years, after like Joe Robbie sold the team and, we lost Dan Marino and Don Shula, those were the 3 big changes to our organizational infrastructure, right? We lost our legendary head coach, our legendary quarterback, and the owner that, put all of that together, right? And so ever since then, we've just struggled mightily in figuring out how to get all the right pieces in place. And it goes for, again, from like our perspective, it stems right to the top. Like we've had a really difficult time finding the right GM and the right head coach to get things done. And like, to put it a little, under the microscope a little more, or a little more here and now with Brian Flores and this organization and this coaching staff. That's been a problem over the past 3 years, is there's been so much turnover, particularly on the offensive side of the ball, but across our entire coaching staff and on the roster, that there's no continuity. Chemistry constantly gets disrupted, and it's huge. Those are huge, important elements that you need to have for your team and your organization to not only have success but sustained success, right? Like if you want to be the kind of team, like if you want to be the kind of team that's constantly pushing for division titles and the playoffs and AFC, NFC championship games, and then pushing all the way to the biggest of the big stage, right? Like you got to have that kind of continuity and consistency. And if I may, I want to say that I'm actually not a huge fan of free agency, just in general. I think that's one of the big reasons why you don't see as much loyalty when it comes to players being drafted with a team and staying there for their entire careers on both sides of it, whether it be from an organizational standpoint or whether it be from a player standpoint. Because at this point with free agency, the players, they just, and I get it from both sides, right? The players want to make sure to get the biggest bag that they can so they can support their families and stuff like that, because they put their bodies on the line. And from an organizational standpoint, they're trying to get the best deal for the most amount of production. So, but I think that in a lot of ways, it actually has hurt the league because you don't see a lot of that anymore. And I think it's kind of spoiled a lot of things. So
that's so true, Dylan. I remember Roddy Lott said this one time. He said, he said, if I do my job, I'll get paid. He said, but man, I love getting them Super Bowl rings. I ain't gonna even lie. And that's really what it's all about. After you stop playing as a pro player, retire, sooner or later that money's not gonna be the same. You're gonna start getting your pension and retirement and all that good stuff. And if you're blessed and was good enough to make it to the Hall of Fame, I'm quite sure there's some kind of check to come with that. But really, after it's all said and done, what do you really have to show for it? But a Super Bowl ring, whether you have 1 or 10. And that's what, that's the older players, back in the day, that's what they was all about, winning them rings, man. That makes a difference,
Yeah. Well, you wouldn't have to also worry about having to replace guys as frequently, right? Like, because if you have guys that because for me, the way I would do things, I mean, even now in the age of free agency, I would absolutely, my philosophy would be build through the draft and supplement in free agency. But that's the thing though, right? Like if there was that level of loyalty, and if you did see players tend to stick with teams like in the past, like it used to be, particularly before free agency took a hold, you wouldn't have to necessarily year in and year out find replacements for all of these different guys, because they would, stay with the team. They would sign, their next contract with the team, et cetera, et cetera. And so, yeah, I mean, it's the world we live in, though. So what are you going to do?
Yeah, that's so true. Even, Dick Saban could have worked out in Miami if he didn't start butting heads with the general manager, and that's why I noticed that even with Coach Flores, we just got to face it, guys. Sometimes you have coordinators and position coaches on your staff that really don't believe in your philosophy and really not vibing with, what you're doing like that. And to me, it's only, you can only have one head coach at a time, and the guy's not, Hoodie, you agree with this too. If the guy's not vibing and buying into your philosophy and what you're doing to the team, to me, I'd rather they hit the door, because at the end of the day, they ain't gonna do that but try to sabotage what you're doing. What y'all think?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, absolutely. I think organizational, and for me, that's one of the things that I try and tell Dolphins fans, and that's why I come off as a bit of a pessimist in my community, because when I look at the full picture of the Dolphins organization, I think we have some very fundamental flaws at the core of the organization. And it starts with the organizational leadership. And so that's why my evaluations for the future aren't necessarily as optimistic as what, people would like, but it's huge. It's massively important. And again, like for us, we've had so much changeover that it doesn't help at all by any stretch of the imagination. And when it comes to Brian Flores in particular, he's had an issue with alpha personalities, whether it be players on the team or coaches. And that's been part of the reason why he hasn't been able to build a coaching staff that is, of the winning caliber. I mean, like every assistant coach that we have on our coaching staff right now is like within their first 3 years of even being a coach in the NFL. And
Wow.
so they're all super young, they're all super inexperienced, have like almost no idea what they're doing. And so it's a problem. So yeah.
Well, let me ask you this: Do you think they might take a chance on Brady since he's out of a job in Carolina? That would be an interesting
Oh, Joe
mix.
Brady.
Yeah, I think Joe would be a great offensive coordinator in Miami.
I personally wouldn't hate it, but I don't think that I don't see anything like that really happening, if I'm being honest. When it comes to us, and like, because it's funny. So I also was not a huge fan of the Dolphins' philosophy to rebuild. I was not a fan of tanking the 2019 season. I just don't have it in me to root for my team to lose no matter what. So, I didn't like it from that perspective, but it's also super risky and has never proven to actually succeed, particularly in the NFL. So I wasn't a huge fan of it. And I was like the only person in the Dolphins community who was saying that if in year 3 of the rebuild, which we are currently in, if we do not meet the expectations of that season, make it to the playoffs and etc., then I thought that Brian Flores and Chris Greer were going to get fired by Stephen Ross. However, my stance on that has actually changed over the course of this season. The reason being is I think that Flores and Greer are going to be given the next year because their jobs are going to hinder on going out to get Deshaun Watson and making him the franchise guy. And then with the expectation that over the next couple years, yeah, I think that's what's going to happen. And the expectation that he's got to get us to, playoffs, division titles, AFC championship games, and the Super Bowl within the next few years. And I think it's way too much to ask, especially because of the fact that they would have literally no resources to use for the next few years, or very little when it comes to draft capital and cap space. So I think they would be hamstringing themselves, and it would be a foolhardy attempt. But I think that's what's ultimately going to happen.
Well, let me ask you this: What about I could see Russell Wilson. I wish he would be in black and gold, but I could see him in Miami too. I mean, hey, come on! If you can't get Deshaun Watson, get somebody just on the same call. Russell, I think he's out of Seattle. I just can't see him there another 2 years. He's just really done with that team, And when guys get too out of a place, brother, and they start quitting on you, it's my way to let him go. Because, back in the day, when a player got disgruntled, he'd hold out, he'd sulk, he'd pout and all that till you had to trade him. He'd become such a maniac in the locker room, causing so much friction till you just had to get rid of him. But, I know that's changed somewhat, but you still got those type of players like Antonio Brown and whatnot. What y'all think?
I think that Russell Wilson, I love him, the player. For me, I want the Dolphins to do the right thing. And to me, the right thing is to build around Tua. I think he has all of the tools that are necessary to be a franchise guy. And I think that he can be. I just think they need to commit to him and build around him. I'm just not convinced that's what they're going to
do. Yeah, that's so true, man. And see, any player, especially your quarterback, if the quarterback starts believing that the coach don't believe in him, that's a recipe for disaster. We've seen it time and time again. If you got the guy and you don't believe in him, even if he's terrible, but if you don't believe you believe in him, he's not gonna try to get any better. We've seen that happen. Even with the Saints.
The reason why is because they're human beings, right? Like, we're all human beings, and we all like support and validation, right? It makes us feel good, and it motivates us and stuff like that, right? And so, yeah, absolutely. Like, that's just as important as having good, infrastructure within the organization, good leadership, a good coaching staff, making sure you have, for a quarterback, make sure you have a running game and wide receivers. All of those are just pieces to the
Exactly.
puzzle, but they're all equally important. And, for example, Ryan Tannehill with the Dolphins. Look, I've been a fan of his. I've never thought that he was going to be elite, but I think he is a great quarterback, and I think that if you build around him properly, he can be that. In the past couple years, for sure, with the Titans, he has shown that. Now, they've had a god awful amount of injuries this year, and so that has hampered them quite a bit, especially recently. But that's an example of it. And the Dolphins organization didn't believe in him. Like they didn't have his back, and it showed.
You know
in
what, Brother Dylan, you bringing about a great point. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, and I was just going to continue on to say it's translated over with this organization and this regime with Tua, because when you look at the way that it's been handled, I think that they have completely screwed the kid over from every angle, because first and foremost, they decided to tank the 2019 season, but over the past for him, right, because they were tanking that season to get him in the 2020 draft, they tanked the 2019 season, completely shit away their entire first year of the rebuild so they could get this guy, but they don't give him an offensive line, a run game, or reliable wide receivers, right? In addition to that, Brian Flores never wanted him to begin with. Brian Flores wanted Herbert, and he has been staunchly.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Yeah, and he's actually been very much against Tua for his entire time here. He's been the one that's actually been pounding the table to go get Deshaun Watson. So he's been one of the primary reasons why Tua's had to deal with the Deshaun Watson rumors, in the background. That hasn't helped his situation at all. Then you add in the fact that in his rookie season, as a rookie quarterback, they decided to insert him in the game as a starter when they had no business doing so, because he was young, he was still learning the playbook, he was adjusting to the NFL, and he was coming off of that significant hip injury. I thought it was a mistake to put him in. But then they even further hurt his development by then deciding to bench him in a couple games, right? And that was part of the big overall narrative in the media and stuff, right? And so and then it's happened this year. There've been a lot of different things and a lot of different angles where you can look at it and say that, there is an argument to be made that he has been set up for failure. Some people like to use the sabotage word, and I actually agree though. Like I agree that he's been set up for failure on various different levels. And I do think that it has been spearheaded by the head coach, which is extremely problematic, because you're not going to harbor a relationship that is conducive to winning, sustainability, and all that kind of stuff. Like, I mean, Tua's dad, Gallo Tungavailoa, he hates Brian Flores. Like,
what? Oh my goodness. That is the recipe for disaster. Even the family don't like being there. That's not good.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. So I mean, it's just a giant mess right now with the Dolphins. And like I said, I think they've already made up their mind and they're going after Deshaun Watson. And let me also say, part of the reason though is because Stephen Ross, the owner, ever since he became the majority owner, his blueprint for success has been finding the next Dan Marino. And he has very much failed at making sure that, yeah, I mean, like, I get that, Dan Marino was wonderful and it's, super, a quarterback of that caliber, but I'm a proponent for building a well-balanced team and an organization. And he has failed miserably to do that, because one of his primary blueprints is just, I have to find my next Dan Marino, and he thinks Deshaun Watson's going to be that guy.
And see, you just took the thought right out. That's the thing I was looking at. I'm old school. Back in the day, they would get the Elways and the Joe Montanas and all that and put them on bad team. And those guys were so talented till they could go out there and win some games on their own. But the NFL brothers is not like that anymore. You don't have that big time quarterback that comes out of college and comes to pro in his first 2 years, just sets the league on fire. You got to put stuff around
Let's
them
hear
now
Justin Herbert.
and stop complicating that playbook. That's another thing I want to pose to y'all. Do y'all think the coaches and the offensive coordinator and defensive coordinator to just complicate these playbooks to the point to where the guys got talent, they have the the knowledge and they're smart, but it's just so complicated till the guys go out there and they look and play like trash because they just can't get the logic down. What y'all think?
Yeah.
I'll let you answer something, man. I've been answering a lot of these questions, so.
Hey, you good. Everybody's loving it and stuff too, but really, Uncle Polly, man, we do have a few other callers already in here, man, waiting to talk, and one of them is a Saints YouTuber that wants to hop on here and talk with Mr. Dillion too. So, Uncle Polly, is there any really last thing you'd like to talk about before you leave?
Oh man, like I said, the best thing would be just another Saint wins on Sunday. Like I said, wins cure all for everything.
But thank you, Uncle Polly, for coming on here, man. And who that to you?
Take it easy, man.
All right, man. Who that? Alrighty, so Uncle Polly there, y'all. Like I said, he can talk all day football with us. But Dillion, the next guy I'm bringing on, man, he's a Saints YouTuber, man, too. And this is the one that showed me this app that we're on right now using. And also, like I said, the one that made me want to start it, too. So let's bring him on, y'all. Everybody knows him by his podcast, B&G Breakdown Show, man. So if y'all haven't, go subscribe to the man. And we also know him as Mr. Aaron, or you can call him the Who Dat Davis, man. So let's bring him on the show. Who dat to you, Aaron?
Dude, my guy. Dillion, my guy.
What's going on, brother?
Pleasure meeting you, brother.
You too, man.
I hope y'all staying safe out there. Most importantly, I hope y'all staying healthy. This Omicron variant coming in with Black Air Force energy. It ain't pretty.
I feel you, dude. It's a nasty situation right now, not just in the NFL, but the country as a whole. So, I'm with you. But staying healthy. Hope all's well with you.
I'm staying healthy as much as I can. Anybody with a coughing fit gets the hands. No, not really. but I'm doing my part, and that's all.
It's with punching gloves on a stick, though, right? Because you got to maintain social distancing.
Yeah, let's go with that. Let's go with that. Let's go with that. Oh man, but I was excited to meet you, man. This was my first time actually doing a conversation like this with an opposing YouTuber from a different team. So I'm topping at the bit to talk a little bit of football with you.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Like I was telling Hoodie over here, this is my first time officially doing a collab with someone too, so I was pumped up about it. What you got for me?
Well, I'm looking at this game, and I'm trying not to be discouraged with the whole COVID because 11 players for the Saints are officially on the COVID list. I want to look at the matchups, and the interesting matchups to me is what stands out the most is you guys are getting Jalen Waddle back, and that's obviously a really big acquisition for your offense. The guy's a twitchy receiver, elusive off the line of scrimmage. Tua's favorite target so far this season, and with good reason, of course. And on a defensive side for the Saints, we've got Marshawn Lattimore, Paulson Adebo. A lot of people are expecting Lattimore to go up against Devontae Parker because he's more of a physical guy, and we all know how good Lattimore is with dealing with physical type receivers. He actually is at a disadvantage. He goes up against Jalen Waddle because he just can't seem to get into his proper technique. And he's caught flat-footed. My first question to you is, who do you think is going to have the bigger game on Monday for the Dolphins? Do you think it's going to be Waddle, or do you think it's going to be Devontae Parker?
I would say most likely Waddle for a couple reasons. Partly what you just meant. Well, pretty much all of what you just mentioned. Not just because of the matchups with your corners, but also because of the fact that, like you mentioned, he's Tua's favorite target. And he's on pace, even though he did miss this last game because he was on the COVID list. So he didn't play against the Jets. But even with these last 3 games, he's on pace to beat Anquan Bolden's rookie record for receptions. And I think he's still on pace for like over 1,100 yards total or close to it. So, and obviously they have a lot of chemistry dating back to their days at Alabama. So, I think that Waddle's probably going to be the main target, but I would also, keep an eye on Gesicki as well.
Ooh, speaking of Makazeki, that actually leads into my second question. Thank you for that. Malcolm
My
Jenkins,
pleasure.
our starting strong safety, is out because of COVID. Because of that, he's going to have his Iron Man streak snapped, which leads Atlanta's, I believe, someone from Atlanta to be the next man up in terms of consecutive starts with 124. Malcolm Jenkins would have had Mike Gesicki in terms of covering tight ends, and he actually does a pretty good job at covering tight ends. See last week's game against Rob Gronkowski, he held it to 2 catches for 29 yards. With Malcolm Jenkins out, Mike Gesicki is poised to have a really strong game. My question to you is, if you had to be concerned about anyone from the defense trying to cover Mike Gesicki, who would stand out to you? Who do you think would have a really good fare and trying to cover Mike Gesicki?
Um, I mean, maybe Lattimore because of his physical abilities, but honestly, you just might want to bracket him. I mean, just shade him with some safety help, because if you're not gonna, I mean, because I get it. Like it's tough to decide, like which weapon you want to try and take away. I will say this though, like Mike Gesicki's had the past few games, he's kind of like disappeared a little bit. So, he will have to kind of step it up. This last game against the Jets, he was all right. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, I mean, it might just be better to honestly use your top corners to take away our top receivers, and then just bracket Mike Gesicki with some, shaded help from your safeties. I think that might end up being the best, because, you know, I think your D line can stop our run game, and I think they can have they have good opportunity to get some pressure. So your corners might not even really need to, cover for very long, and you might just want to, have some shaded help over the middle and down the seam, because that's where he'll do most of his damage.
I got 2 more questions for you, and I'm gonna get up out of here. I'm still watching the Titans game. I got a lot writing on it in terms of actually writing about it. By the way, if you haven't checked out League of Justice yet, go ahead and check out League of Justice, where law impacts sports. I'm a contributor over there. I got my own column. I'm going to be writing about the San Francisco 49ers and the Titans game, and how if the 49ers lose, what that means for the Saints going forward, and in terms of playoff seeding, all that. It actually can involve the Dolphins as well, if subversely, if the Titans end up losing. So, yeah, go check it out. Anybody in the comment checking, leagueofjustice.com. Check out your boy Dex Davis column. That's going to be fun. My one or two final questions is: you guys do a lot of good, have done a lot of good things on offense and on defense over the last stretches of games. Yeah, some people want to argue that no, it's a Jazz, no, it's the Texans. You played a team on your schedule, all right? If you're better than the person you're playing, you have to show it. The Dolphins have been on a 6-game winning streak, mainly because you guys have found something in the run game with Duke Johnson. It showed its peak last week against the Jets. You guys have found a way to hit the play action off of that. Find guys over the middle of the field. That's where you guys are, where I've seen. You guys have attacked the most. But there have been some problematic areas, such as Tua not, for whatever reasons, not seeing the entirety of the field. That costly pick six kept the Jets into the thick of things. If you had to be concerned with one thing for your Dolphins, what would that one thing be?
Are we talking specifically on offense or in general?
In general, it doesn't matter.
Okay. I mean, I don't even know why I asked that question back, because it's going to be one of the same for me. It's definitely going to be offense oriented, because I do, as we talked about earlier, I think this game is going to be very defensive heavy, just in general, from both sides, because I think both teams have pretty damn good defenses. So, and when it comes to Tua, I think he absolutely does elevate our offense, because of his very quick release. He's like top 3 in the NFL in release time. He's one of the better quarterbacks in pressure evasion. He's number one right now in the league in completion percentage with the short, passing game and stuff like that. And despite the fact that for the vast majority of the season, we've had an absolutely atrocious offensive line and running game, he has somehow managed to operate the RPO offense exceptionally well. He is the master of it, to be fair, and to be clear for him. But I would say that because, look, I am a full context kind of person. So, yes, it is true that you definitely have to play the teams that you're on your schedule, right? Because they're on your schedule. You don't get to choose it. It's just what's given to you. And you also don't have any control over things like injuries and COVID and stuff like that. So, you have to, as a team, especially if you want to be a good team, you have to take advantage of those things and get those wins. And they certainly have done that. However, there is the opposite part of the context, and that is that we have played over the past 6 weeks, with the exception of Baltimore and maybe you could say the Carolina Panthers because they have a good defense, not very good teams. And so to me, it's, going back to one of my keys to victory for the Dolphins for this game, when it comes to offensive performance and Tua in particular, he has to be efficient and he has to take care of the football. Because he has had some issues this season with some of those turnovers, including the pick six that you mentioned. So for me, it's just, well, to be actually a little bit more specific, because I have confidence in Tua, that one of the big key differences between this game and, in fact, the next 3 games on our schedule, as opposed to like the past 6 games that we've played, is the defensive lines for you, the Titans, and the Patriots are great. You guys all have really phenomenal defensive lines that can get pressure with just 3 or 4 guys. You don't have to blitz. So if you want to throw in blitz packages, it could just add in extra wrinkles. But you guys have that ability to get that pressure with Davenport, with, oh my God, why am I blanking on the guy opposite him?
Cameron Jordan.
I don't know why I just had a complete brain fart there, but yeah. And then guys like Quan Alexander, Demario Davis and stuff like that. Like, you guys have the ability to get good pressure, collapse our pocket, and make things stressful for Tua. So, they just got to play efficient ball. And also, too, the Dolphins have been really bad this season when it comes to like penalties and mistakes in general. So they got to play like, for the entire season, when I do my preview video, that has been like the one key to victory that has remained the entire year on offense. Play mistake-free football. No costly turnovers, mistakes, or penalties, because it's been a problem for us all year. So, efficient football on the offensive side.
And last question, you talked about a lot of things that the Dolphins need to do, being mistake-free football, but one thing that you guys have an advantage of, you guys are going up against rookie quarterback Ian Book, who's set to make his first NFL start on Monday night against a very blitz-heavy Brian Flores defense, and not a really good spot for anybody to be in. With the Ian Book has the future of the Saints playoff hopes in his hands right now, so the nerves are definitely there. I can see Brian Flores trying to dial up the safety blitzes. You guys have some really good blitzing safeties coming down the line, and with our offensive line being shuffled as it is, with Jordan Mills now on COVID, only having James Hurst and Caleb Benenoch available for tackle spots, we're having to sign guys off the streets. So when it comes to winning in the trenches, I say both our respective defenses have the advantage, but when it comes to Ian Book, one thing that is always associated with him is being able to make off-scripted plays. He has always been an athletic guy, dubbed the most winningest quarterback in Notre Dame school history for a myriad of good reasons, whether it's creating off-scripted plays to being just an athlete, poise in the pocket awareness. When you're looking at Ian Book, what scares you, or what do you think would be the most concerning aspect about Ian Book that your Dolphins have to contend with?
Right. So I think it's going to be interesting, and honestly, like especially with the way that things have developed, because prior to the news, the COVID news, whatever, and Trevor Siemian and Taysom Hill both going on the list, potentially not being available to play and stuff. Originally I had said that I actually would rather Trevor Siemian just because he's a little bit more of a statue back there, and I think that it would be easier for our defensive line in particular, to tee off on him because Taysom also has that scramble ability and stuff. Although obviously I think Trevor Siemian's probably a little bit more of a, pure pocket passer and a better passer in general. But since that has changed, and when it comes to Ian Book, I think that actually could potentially turn out to be one of the overall key matchups is our defense versus Ian Book in particular, because I don't really know much about him personally, but from what you guys have both told me and stuff like that, it seems like he has the ability to negate some of that pass rush that we bring with our blitz packages, right? So if he's able to do that, then the Dolphins defense is going to have to be able to do what your defense can do, or what Tennessee can do, or New England. They got to be able to get an organic pass rush with just their front four guys. And when it comes to our defensive tackles, Wilkins and Davis, I love them, and they're great for sure in the run game. They're not as good in, pressure when it comes to getting to the quarterback. I like our defensive ends, Ogba and Phillips, so I have confidence in them, but they would have to be able to get organic pressure because, unfortunately, if Brian Flores does dial up a lot of exotic looks and blitzes and stuff, and Ian Book is able to evade that and scramble out, extend plays, use his legs, then that's going to open up the offense for the rest of the guys like Kamara and Callaway and Traquan Smith. So, I think that definitely keeping Kamara in check is a major sticking point for our defense, but it will also be a sticking point to make sure that they contain and corral the young quarterback that has those kinds of abilities, especially because that traditionally has been something that has been a bit of an issue for the Dolphins team, dealing with mobile quarterbacks who can do that. So I hope that answers the question.
It does, and then some. I definitely like Jalen Phillips. Jalen Phillips was a guy that I was actually kind of high on. If you go through my channel, you scroll down to where you see a live stream of me and Smokeless YT. We were doing a draft night reaction of first round picks, and I'll just say, if you ever come across that video and you see the Saints ended up taking Peyton Turner, I was hot. I was livid because I wanted to see either Jalen Phillips or Gregory Rousseau or even Odafe Owe taken in the first round. If you're gonna go edge rusher,
would have been good.
But we ended up getting Peyton Turner, which is starting to blow up in my face because he hasn't been back over the last 4 or 5 weeks. He's making me look bad, and I don't appreciate that. I put my name out there, I put my neck out there, and I'm getting the smoke ran because he hasn't been here. So I'm definitely regretting the Saints not taking Jalen Phillips because he actually has been really good. I've been paying attention to him very closely. So one of the things I'm noting is you guys are definitely going to get organic pressure. I think your defensive line is going to take advantage of the thin offensive line for the Saints. You're going to definitely stuff the run game, which is going to be something that the Saints will have to rely on in Alvin Kamara and Mark Ingram with a little bit of Ty Montgomery sprinkled in. You guys are going to do a great job at that because you guys are going to win in the trenches. I mean, it just is what it is. So this is going to be a low-scoring affair. I have Miami actually winning this game because of the fact that this is Ian Book's first NFL start, and there's too many questions that I can't that even if me as a homer, I can't sit here and say the Saints are going to win against Miami. I mean, I would be a fool. But
yeah,
it is going to be a close affair. I think you guys are going to win by 3 points. You guys are going to win by a field goal, which is honestly pretty fair. I think I have you guys 16-13. 16-13 Miami.
Gotcha.
So with all that being said, your boy is out because A.J. Brown just scored a touchdown, putting him over 115 yards on the night. I got to get ready to write this article for tomorrow.
Oh, hold on. So A.J. Brown's back? He's playing in this game? I haven't really been paying that close attention.
He has 10 catches for over 110 yards so far. The Titans
Well,
are up by a touchdown.
That's not good for us next week, but all right.
Well, not good for y'all, but fantastic for us because, God damn it, we need all the help.
Yeah, you guys need the Niners to lose. Yeah, it's funny for us. This game has major implications for us, but in two different ways. One for the playoffs because we would like the NFC team to beat the AFC team, right? So that way they lose, obviously. But aside from that, it's funny because on the opposite side, we want the Niners to lose because we have their first round pick next year and we don't have our own because we traded it away to the Eagles when we moved up to get Waddles. So, yeah, it's a big game for both of us. Has a lot of implications for the rest of the season. So, and I think, we talked about it. Both teams really need to win out to really give themselves a solid chance at making it in. But I really appreciate that. Like, because I'm not the kind of, Dolphins fan that just no matter what always says my team's going to win. Like I try and give the most honest and accurate evaluation that I can. And, it's interesting because obviously this COVID situation has thrown a wrench into the whole thing. I mean, we've put a few players on the COVID list too over the past few days. Not as important of players. It's been mostly like backups and special teams to this point, but there's still a few days left to go until Monday. So with the way this thing is running rampant, you never know what's going to happen. And so we'll see how it plays out. I actually do agree, though, when it comes to, I think it is going to be a very low scoring affair. I think it's going to be very defensive heavy. And yeah, I agree that the defensive lines are really going to have the edge over the opposing offensive lines. I actually do have y'all winning, though. It could change with the way that, this COVID stuff. But honestly, I think the way that, look, it could go either way. I think, I think that it's going to be so tight that it's going to come down probably most likely to an end of game field goal type of thing. Or, like we said earlier, maybe a special teams or a defensive score. But I'm going to just keep it because there is so much uncertainty with the COVID in general. I don't think I'm going to change my prediction because, I could give my prediction now and then you guys could lose like half the rest of your team and then we could just easily, beat you and it could happen, or vice versa, right? Like we could all of a sudden lose half of our team to COVID and then you guys easily beat us. So, but I had it as a 10-9 Saints victory. Very low score.
10-9, only a 1 point differential.
Yeah, I think it's going to be super close. And that's the thing, though, is even with the way that COVID has hit both of these teams now, I think it's going to be, super tight even more because of all of this uncertainty. So I think it's going to be a very, very close game.
Ooh,
1 to 3 points. 1 to 3 point differential.
I can definitely agree with that. Hey, you know what? I appreciate this time. Hoodie Jube, thank you for inviting me, man. I definitely learned a lot from this. I'm going to have to do this more often. Dillion, I'm going to have to search for your YouTube channel and give you a subscribe because, my man, we got to do this more often.
Same back. Yeah, absolutely.
If you're around for the NFL draft, I'd love to have you on. That's when my emotions are the most raw. You're gonna see a lot of giddy, a lot of raging, a lot of sweating. It's gonna be a fun time. Hoodie Jew, my man, you're also welcome. I'm hoping to get a watch party. Dylan, Hoodie Jew, my boys Focus YT, Nicole. It's gonna be a fun night. So I'll definitely follow you on your YouTube channel. If you have a social media, I'll give you a follow on anything, whether it be Instagram or Twitter. And we'll talk it up and we'll keep in touch as the NFL draft draws a little bit closer. If you're up for a post-game show, I got a post-game show on Tuesday I'm doing with Nicole. You're also welcome over there. You're also welcome over there, man.
Cool. Yeah, definitely. I'll make sure to give you a subscribe as well. And yeah, just for people, obviously Dolphins with Dylan, that's my YouTube channel. But with my Twitter, it's at Dylan Tartaro. That's Tartaro. Grandizer, put it in the chat for me. Do my dirty work.
Yeah.
just
Hey,
kidding.
hey,
But
hey, Aaron, no, you got to do this too. Aaron, this guy right here that I put his chat up for you, Grandizer, you need to just like leave your email. If you have an email, leave it in the chat because I gave him my email and he got me Dillion, Dolphins with
Yeah.
Dillion. He got me on the Finn side, which is another YouTubers with a two. I think they two people on that channel. I think they up to like 5K subscribers right now. He said he also does work with I think he
a
does
lot of
Big
a lot
Low.
of
You know, Big. Remember Big Low from the Falcons? That's a super chat that does it
he
on Big
does
Q
he's
Cell.
it. Grandizer's everywhere, man. He's popping
So
all kinds of chats and stuff. He's a moderator in a bunch of different chats and stuff because he be cross referencing people. So yeah, definitely shout out to him. And then my Instagram is Dolphins_with_Dillion. So there you have it.
I bet I'll go ahead and hit that up as I'm watching the rest of the game. Ooh, 49ers just punted. 49ers just punted with Tennessee up top. Oh, my man Dylan, you in trouble, boy. You in trouble, boy.
Like I said, this is an interesting one because we have reasons to root for both teams in this game. So
Right.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna get up out of here. I know there's probably another caller that wants to get in here. I don't want to take up too much of their time. Dylan, it's a pleasure. Hoodie Jube, you know it. I always appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you inviting me. I'll see y'all later. If you guys don't know, my man Dylan, you'll know right now. They're over here. We bleed black and gold until we dead and cold. I know what it is. Chat, I appreciate you, Grandizer. I'll have to see you around sometime. Because sounds like you over here, are you all over the place, just like my main man, Hoodie Jube, and OG Jerry Ford. All right, so peace, be love to y'all. Y'all stay safe. Y'all stay healthy. Your boy is out.
Yes, sir. Who that?
Take it easy, brother.
Alrighty, so Dylan, I think we're down to the last guy that's gonna come on the show, unless somebody randomly pops in last minute because they didn't realize I was live and they want to come say something to you. But the last guy, I think you're gonna really love, man, because my whole Who Dat Nation love this man, and I love him too, man. And no homo, I really do love this dude like a brother because he's always on my show talking. And the reason why we love him so much, dude, is because he will literally speak the facts to you, and he will speak knowledge to you. Like he can tell you a situation right now on why the Saints will win or why the Dolphins will win somehow, and he'll like change it into a WWE story and tell you what character reminds him of this type of player. Like I'm telling you, like he can speak the knowledge in different ways, you know. So we got to bring him on here, and this is how I like to introduce him. I always tell people, he's the one who speaks the knowledge. He will speak the facts to you, and he wears that championship belt above his shoulder because he is the champion of talking to y'all, man. So let's bring him on, Mr. C.T. Crusher. Welcome, man.
Yo, hey, who that across the interwebs? My boy in Miami, fins up to y'all, love y'all colors. Unfortunately, it might be Doomsday Monday, and we will be having a short eulogy for you guys. But Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays to everybody involved. I hope we're all COVID free and sucker free and full of the love and ready for Monday night. What's good, Femi? What's good with y'all?
Sir. Yes, sir, man. How you doing, brother? Yeah.
Oh, man.
Trying to do it up.
Right as rain, man. Right as rain. Just waiting on this game, you know. Just waiting on this game, brother. How was everything? How y'all optimistic? Y'all been on a run. Y'all been definitely on a run. How do you think that this season has kind of played out the narrative through it all with the ups and the downs, but to finally get on this streak? Are you guys holding your breath a little bit, waiting for the other shoe to drop, or are you trusting what you got? What's the psyche going? What's going on?
It definitely depends on who you talk to. For me, I try and be an even keeled, kind of balanced approach kind of a guy. So, right now, at the beginning of the season, we started off horrible, obviously, dug ourselves into a huge hole at 1-7.
We've been injuries as well.
Yeah. And so we're now on a 6-game win streak. But these last 3 games are going to be super, super tough for us. They're not going to be easy matchups by any stretch of the imagination. And so, you know, it's going to be rough. And frankly, if the Dolphins lose even just one more game, we're probably not going to the playoffs. So,
Yeah,
you know, we're at that stage of our season where this is a playoff game for us, right?
yeah,
If we win this, then we move on to the next round, which is Tennessee next week. If we win that, then we move on to the next round, which is the
right,
Patriots in week 18. And if we win that, then man, there's a chance we actually do get into the playoffs and we can get to that wild card round. So
right,
for me, it's 1 week at a time. If we lose this week, then we're basically out. So 1 week
right,
at a time, man, you know, one game at a time, one opponent at a time. Just
right.
take care of what's on your schedule. Personally, if I'm being honest, I don't think we're gonna run the table and make it to the playoffs. Like it's
You
such a
gotta think it.
look. I hope so. So that's it's funny because you know, as I mentioned earlier, I get the persona of being a pessimistic Dolphins fan because
Yeah,
look, this is what I tell people, bro. Look, I hope just as much as anybody else, right? I got
right,
all the hope in the world, right? The problem for me is I don't necessarily have the faith that people do. Like,
right.
because I see some pretty big problems that could be pretty big issues and cause us to fall and falter. And, you know, through the first half of the season, a lot of that reared its ugly head. So,
Yeah,
you know, I know that I'm justified in it, not to toot my own horn or anything, but I will a little
yeah.
bit, you know what I'm saying?
No,
So,
I
like,
get you.
I gotta, and like aside from that though too, when it comes to being a Dolphins fan and just in life in general, I've had a tough life, man. I've had a lot of things that, you know, a lot of rough experiences and a lot of disappointment and stuff like that. So I'm the kind of person where I try and plan for as many different scenarios as I can think of, but I play the probabilities, you know what I'm saying? So like
Mhm.
I try and figure out what I believe to have the highest probability and I start my preparations there and then I work my way down the list and you know and build my contingencies. But I also want to make sure that I don't set myself up for failure down the road by getting myself you know, way too high, my hopes up way too high just to set myself up for disappointment. You know,
Yeah,
I like to be surprised rather than let down.
yeah. Me too. Totally. And you know, I think our Achilles heel is that we are habitually mentally ill as a football team this year. We don't know who we playing. We don't know why we playing like we playing. We just getting beat for no reason. And then we all of a sudden third quarter say, hey, we supposed to beat this team and try to make a comeback. And it's just been one of those years. We didn't have the highs and the lows. It could leave you galvanized or traumatized, or both of them at the same time. And I think a lot of organizations are going through that as well. And you know, one thing I wanna ask you is that in book we finally opening up the book of Ian Monday night. Now, will that book be a book of devastation or will it be a book of revelation? You know, when you play a quarterback that you've never seen before, that could be a gift and a curse. I know it's been a curse for us. You could go back and look at 2016 when Trevor Siemian and the Denver Broncos came into this New Orleans, the Mercedes-Benz Superdome and beat us with a blocked field goal. He ran the ball on us, acting crazy, over 200 yards. I think he was 60-70% completion. Never seen him before. Historically, we have trouble with quarterbacks that we have never seen before, haven't been in the league long, not a lot of tape on them, their propensities, their tendencies. We really don't know. We really don't know how to make adjustments to him. So what my question to you is, you guys are ranked first in quarterback hits right now. You guys are actively ranked second in blitz percentage. Do you think that changes a little bit going up against the unknown, or would you change it in your shoes?
So good question. My simple answer is no, I wouldn't change it. Um, because really, and this is actually one of the reasons why I completely disagree with the way that we ran our defense in the first half of the season. And I
Mm-hmm.
personally don't see really any excuse for not doing it because all last year we ran this aggressive blitz heavy style defense with these exotic looks, these exotic packages, and we excelled. And it was one of the primary reasons why we got to 10-6 last
10
year.
wins, baby, 10 wins.
And the same thing has been the case for the second half of this season. Going into the Houston game, right before that, Brian Flores even told the locker room, he's like, we're going to play an entirely different brand of football. And they should have been doing it from Jump Street, because I firmly believe that when this team, and I think it actually cost us games earlier in the year, right? Like Jacksonville, for example, or the Falcons. We should have won
being
those
very
games.
Conservative and letting the offense dictate what you guys can do, not taking advantage of your athletic edges.
Yeah, and look, I agree that early on in the season, Xavier Howard and Byron Jones, they were dealing with some injuries, groin injuries. That's tough for corners. And I get that your defense is predicated on having those guys be out on an island on each play, because you're bringing such heavy pressure with your linebackers or with your safeties. But I actually don't see even that as an excuse, because or even the fact that Javon Holland and Jalen Phillips are young rookies, I don't even find any of that an excuse, because I actually think this, and the second half of the season has been plenty of proof that if you just let them play this brand of football, they're going to excel at it.
Let them go crazy.
Yeah, Jalen Phillips, for example, early on in the season, he wasn't getting the sack numbers that he's getting now, right? Like he just recently broke the Dolphins rookie record for sacks.
Rookie record.
Yeah, but I think that he would have been doing that earlier on in the season, because in his very limited snap count, he was getting a ton of pressure. He just wasn't getting home, right? He wasn't getting all the way home. He wasn't finishing it off quite yet. But that was because he was either like not on the field, so he wasn't even getting the reps. And then when he was getting reps, they were dropping him into coverage a lot. And so
seen that.
And so I don't see any excuse why they weren't running this defense. And again, to answer your question, I don't care who it is. I don't care who the quarterback is. It could be a guy like Ian Book that's fresh, or it could be Tom Brady. It could be Aaron Rodgers. It could be Lamar Jackson. And you saw what we did to the Ravens offense with Lamar Jackson when we played them in week 10, right? So
he was perfect for it, by the way.
Yeah, I don't care who it is back there, right? I think they need to run that style of defense, because it 100% gives them the best chance to win. Having said that, though, there is that uncertainty. And earlier this year, we saw Mike White for the Jets, right? He came in that first game that he started, and he set an NFL record, right?
400 yards.
He threw for over 400 yards and stuff. He had a shit game the next game because he's still a young player or whatever, and that's how it goes. But
because nobody knew him.
Yeah, right. But that could happen. And so it's funny, because the more that I've talked to all of you guys about Ian Book, like, I'm getting more and more worried about Ian Book, like, because I feel like they don't know anything about this kid. I feel like there's some chance like they might play conservative potentially because of that. I hope not. But then even if they do bring the blitz packages, with what you guys are telling me, there's a chance that he even could evade it and negate a lot of it and still make some plays downfield or with his legs. So you never know, man. He could come out and light us up. I don't think it's going to happen quite like that, but he could. He could. You never know.
Yeah, but that's why we go on your show and we get bashed in by Dolphins fans so they can make us worry about Mr. Tua, because Mr. Tua is an Avenger himself that's kind of been overlooked. He's ready for Kevin Feige to write his movie, because Tua is the truther. I love him. Absolutely love him since Alabama. Hated the deal he's been getting in Miami. Hasn't had a supporting cast. You do not throw quarterbacks like him out there with no offensive line. One of the main reasons why we had a lot of fans here on the Saints side when we went on our losing streak talking about Ian Book. Hey, look, check this out, man. A bad supporting cast can be the difference between a Patrick Mahomes or a Mitchell Trubisky, because sometimes that trauma does not leave and rookie quarterbacks do not recover. But fortunately for Tua, he's overcame a lot. He's a tough Samoan guy. I'm a wrestling fan. Samoans are tough as fuck, excuse my language, and he exudes that every play. He overcomes. He threw 2 picks against the Jets, overcame that. You guys overcame that. I think that game was a big game for you guys. It one of those games that's a signature win. It didn't happen pretty. It didn't happen often, but at the end of the day, you guys have found a way to keep the streak alive, and I think it's amazing. And kudos to you guys. I love what you guys are doing. My next question is, I think right now you guys are ranked 7th in yardage in rushing. You are ranked 16th in touchdowns, and you're ranked 25th or something in yards per average on the ground. But Duke Johnson came in the game last week, had 100 yards, first Dolphin running back in a long time have 100 yards. The first Dolphin running back to have 100 yards against an AFC East opponent since, I don't know, Ricky Williams. What did he do different? What did the O-line do different? Was it just grit? Sometimes, excuse my language, we in the South, I talk freely, and I'm very colloquial, but sometimes I call it the proverbial dropping of nuts. Do you think sometimes you don't do anything different? You don't try to schematic. You don't try to think more. What you do is completely drop your nuts and get into your bag. Because just like you alluded to earlier about your blitz packaging and your defense, it seemed like you guys just said, look, we're dropping the nuts. They're going to drag on you. Fair warning. And you guys have been top of the league in quarterback hits and blitz packaging. What did you guys do last week different with Duke? Because Duke was a nuke last week. Yeah. He went off, bro.
Yeah. So there's a couple things that I want to say to that. First and foremost, when you look at the big picture of the Dolphins and the resurgence and so on and so forth, the 2 big differences, one is that our defensive scheme and play calling has gotten back to the aggressive nature, and that's been a major proponent. But when it comes to the offensive side of the ball, I still think, I'm a Dolphins fan who still thinks our offensive line is trash. Like, they almost all suck. So, but
you're not alone. We can commiserate together.
Well, and the thing is, though, is there really isn't any argument for it, because when you look at the statistics and the analytics, they're ranked at the bottom of the league. So it's not false by any stretch of the imagination. When it comes to the efficiency of our offense as of late in general, I think that has almost entirely to do with Tua, because of his elite pocket presence, his ability to get the ball out super quick, his mastery of the RPO offense, his elite anticipation, right? So he has all of these things that has very much elevated the Dolphins' offense in general and masked a lot of the deficiencies on the offensive line.
Yes, now, totally.
To your more specific question about Duke Johnson and the running game, the entire season we've been one of the worst running teams in the league and had literally no run game. But part of the context for the last game, because Duke Johnson had 107 yards, but we had, I think it was 183 in total on the ground.
In total.
And that was by far the best game that we've had running all season. Part of the context for sure is we played the Jets. So, I do count that as part of the evaluation. However, the one thing that I'll say that Duke Johnson and also Phillip Lindsay bring to the running back room that we didn't have prior to them getting here is that grit, right? So one thing that you will notice with Duke Johnson in this past game, and I think something that the Dolphins will have to find a way to lean on and make work against the Saints, the Titans, and the Patriots with the remaining schedule, is they need to get that run game going again and at least be efficient. But when it came to Duke Johnson in particular, I don't think I can recall a single play where he ran the ball and went backwards.
Me too. I looked. He ran with a lot of presence.
Yeah, and he was always going forward. He was always getting a couple yards at least, right? He was breaking tackles. He was getting yards after contact. Like he had, what is the stat? He had 107 total rushing yards, but I want to say it was like 81 yards of
After
that was after contact, which is huge. Because if you, and one of the reasons why we sucked so bad at running the ball prior to that was because Miles Gaskin and Salvan Ahmed, like,
it's about
they're
yeah,
terrible at that. They're
so
absolutely
yards after the
terrible at
catch, yeah, and
that. Yeah,
that we are too this year. Besides Alvin, Mark too, but Tony Jones has not really been the tag team partner, if you will, that we thought he would be in the running game. We've been utilizing a lot of other things. One thing I do point out is that while we look at run, rushing, and yards. We think of A gap and zones and perimeters and traps and ISOs. But one thing about the run game can be a bubble screen. The run game can be a throw behind the line of scrimmage to get somebody into open space and tunnels and jailbreaks. So what I look at from you guys is if you guys start to get blitz happy, I think that is the rhyme to the rhythm with neutralizing a blitz happy team is to get those screens running, to get those bubbles, get people on the outside, it's not about blocking the best defensive line. It's about not worrying about blocking them because you're moving on, trying to get him think in different ways and not just be so trigger happy. Do you think that if we start to do that, that could change up the game plan and could possibly leave the middle of the field open for angle routes, Texas routes, dig routes, intermediates? Things like that could happen if we could start to break up that defensive line and, that overzealousness, because you also can take advantage of that. We've been taken advantage of with our blitzing on the perimeter with that. But you guys seem to have this role with this blitzing that, I hope we don't fall victim to, but you guys definitely have been gobbling up, opposing offenses the last 6 games. But do you think that could happen? And if so, what would you do? Of course, we're not going to have Juwan. We're probably not going to have Adam. We're probably going to depend on a lot of Nick Vannett. What guy is going to be put on him? What linebackers should we be worried about the most as far as being the most athletic?
None.
Bro, if it comes down to that, I'm super worried because our linebackers are terrible at that. Like they're not good. They're not good at that at all. Like our linebacking core is pretty much specifically like run support and blitz. That's basically all they do. Otherwise, they're pretty terrible. So to answer your question, if the game plays out like that, I'll be super worried because then you guys have a really good chance to be at the very least efficient against our defense, which could be the difference maker in what I expect to be a defensive heavy game. So, but I'm like, I totally agree, right? Like, so obviously when you're trying to, cool down the pass rush, especially if you're not really able to run the ball, because that's one of the primary ways you do it. If you're not able to it, then another way to do it is a quick rhythmic passing game that gets the ball out really fast, right? And so if Ian Book can do that, and from what you guys tell me, that is part of his game and something he's good at, then you can get your guys like Kamara, Callaway, or whoever it is, Vannett, or maybe one of your other running backs out of the backfield or whatever. You can get them into space. You can use screens, maybe throw in a jet sweep here and there kind of play, or even just taking what the defense gives you and dumping it off into the middle for a running back or a tight end or something like that. And absolutely, because what scares me the most about that is because then I could see us like backing off and playing more zone. And if that starts happening, because you guys start like, if the pressure and the pass rush and the blitzing and stuff doesn't work, and you guys are able to evade it and get around it, and we start playing more zone heavy, well then it's absolutely going to open up the middle of the field, and you guys will have a lot more opportunities. The only thing that will have to happen at that point for you guys is put the ball on target and catch it. As long as you do those things in that scenario, you should be fine, because we are not, and that again, that's one of the big issues we had at the beginning of the year, is we were playing way too much zone, and we were not playing this aggressive style defense that gets us
Right.
wins, gets us turnovers,
Right.
gets opposing defense or offenses in 3rd and long, et cetera, right? So yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I hope the game does not play out like that. If it does,
Right.
it could be a very bad day for us.
Hey, if the game play out like that, then we all three need a job in the NFL for dictating an NFL game plan right here on the tube of you and me. And we wouldn't have to worry about the super chats or any of that, because we definitely got the Nostradamus effect going on. But hey, just a little hint, we are ranked 30 in passing offense and dead last in passing completion. It can't get any worse, man. So we only can go here from up. Almost maybe one of those effects of throwing the bottom out, gambling a little bit, doing things we haven't done before because nothing else has worked. Almost like you guys had when you got to the precipice of all the zones and not playing aggressive enough, and when your defense just turned it on and just a switch came on. So, hey, we have a lot of catching up to do. I think the last time the Dolphins and Saint played, we are across the pond, Governor, and we won, I think, 20-0 3 years ago. I think Breeze went 29 for 46 or something, and Michael Thomas was 8 receptions, 81 yards, something like that, leading. Alvin Kamara actually was the second leading receiver, but Jay Cutler went 9 for 16, kind of dominated the game from that point. I think I seen him packing a carton of cigarettes on the sideline. But that was one of the main reasons that year that we it was a dominant performance. I think AJ Klein for us was leading in tackles. But 2 completely different teams, brother. And with 2 young new teams that are trying to get our footing in the league. It's not I don't think our defensive line can, like, I like to joke a lot, so excuse me, but if you ever watch the old New Edition R&B group video where they doing the dancing and they doing the synchronized dancing and stuff, it was like they were spinning and taking each other places and going and like changing from the outside guy to the inside guy. We kind of remixed that with our defensive line Sunday night. We had a lot of interior rush twists coming from the outside, inside, outside. We had some double A gap blitzing. We had some defensive ends actually dropping back in coverage. We had a lot of exotic looks, but I think that just was a Tom Brady exclusive that was not on SoundCloud or Spotify, that was emailed right to Thomas Patrick Edward Brady. But I think that's a one-time only deal. I don't think we get exotic or foreign like that with Tua, because of course we do not know Tua. And like I said, Dennis Allen has a history of not making the best decisions when it comes to playing a quarterback that he hasn't played or hasn't seen in a while. We've seen it with Daniel Jones this year. We seen it with Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold chopped and sliced and diced Dillion does. So you guys definitely got a shot. The last point is I think what a mood of a team, right? A team, they overall, when they're going in unison in a forward direction. I think last time I looked, you guys were ranked like number 3 in 4th down completions. To me, that seems like that's a team that's all out. Harley has nothing to lose. You have to have a lot of attempts for to be ranked so high with fourth down. What does that say to you as a fan that your organization has that belief in what you guys are going on with? You guys are not giving up. You're not punting the ball. You're going for it on fourth down. You're being successful on fourth down. That has to be a very dopamine-inducing thing in the brain of a Dolphin. That has to be a very positive thing happening, going on. So what does that say? I know you're a pessimist. I know it. I can see it. I see the smashing pumpkin, Billy Kilgore. I see it in you. I just seen that video the other day. Remember that video? It was like Bonneville and like the moon was chumping. And I don't know if you're a smashing pumpkin fan. But anyways, what does that do to a fan to see a team go for it all like that?
Well, I'll say this. I mean, for the Dolphins this year, we've been a very, tale of two halves kind of team. Like the first half of the season was just all shit and it sucked and it was terrible and the world was falling down and so on and so forth. It has been a lot better. I am still let's say a cautiously optimistic kind of person. Like, I do see potential and a path for us to win the last 3 games and make it into the playoffs. But I also see a path where we lose the last 3 games and only go 7-10. So, I do try and stay even keeled. But right now, I mean, as Dolphins fans, and look, as pessimistic or whatever as I may be, I mean, I'd be remiss to say that, we're not in a relatively good situation right now, right? Like, it sucks that we have to win out to make the playoffs and still get some help even if we do win out, because we could have won the Jacksonville game or the Falcons game or the Colts game, or one of those or a couple of those games early on, and we wouldn't be in this situation. But we're in a good situation overall right now where we do, for the most part, have our destiny in our hands. And so, at this point in the season, most teams, that's what you want, unless of course you're the Patriots over the past 20 years or, one of these teams or, the Chiefs nowadays or whatever, right? Unless you're one of these teams that expects to win the division every year and make it to the playoffs, etc. All you can hope for, it really is to be in the hunt and be in the mix and have the last few games of the season actually mean something. So from that perspective, it is actually, pretty wonderful. Like the past few weeks, I've been able to do a video on my channel about, what does it take to make it to the playoffs and stuff, right? And various different scenarios. How's it work out? And most of it's been, well, we just have to win the rest of our games. But the fact that I can even do it is fun, right? Because
totally.
The season, it's a long season, but at this point, it's also a very short season, right? Like it goes by really fast.
Yes, it does.
So you just want to be in the hunt at this point. You want to be in the mix. You want to have relevant football to play. And so we do. And, as much as I still see a lot of big picture issues with this team and this organization, that for the most part is for a later day, right? Because
I got you.
That'll come like in the off season when we need to address those issues. Right now, we stand a chance, and that's really the big focus. So.
Thank you. And that, for the most part, he and Who That Nation, babe, we the same way. The things we didn't have to go through this year. We didn't went to Jacksonville and beat a Green Bay Packer team.
Titans did win.
Oh, Jesus. Just to lose to a New York Giants team at home and lose to the Falcons of all people, just to come back and shut out the Super Bowl champion. We went to the Jets. It's been a very dichotomized year. We've had the highs of the highest, the 420 highs, and the lows of the cuckoo lows. And we've been galvanized and traumatized. And I know you guys over there have been the same way. My poor Saints, I think it's minus the home game that was in Jacksonville, we've been outscored 112-61 in the Dome this year. Y'all can take that. We are 1-4 1-4 in the dome. That mystique kind of is gone. I think we're gonna, put on the all black and get it revved up against you guys. But I'm looking forward to two teams going head to head, and we're just gonna see who falls off that ladder to grab that briefcase, to grab the brass rings, as Vince McMahon would say. But look,
Hey,
man.
Y'all just got some help tonight because the 49ers did just officially lose 20-17 to the Titans.
Oh, man. Sorry, Shanahan.
Hey, but you know that opens up the door for you guys. So
it does.
This game,
Philly couldn't take it. Philly took Washington out, and the Bears couldn't win. So it was what it was. So it definitely is a help. But you know what? The main thing you can do is to take care of yourself, and us losing some home games where we were 2.5, 3.5 point favorites to win, that definitely is going to bite us in the butt. That might be the karma that we need to feed on so that we don't find ourselves in these situations again. I always say, pain never lasts, but the lessons you learn from that pain does. And maybe this is the pain we have to feel so we'll never, ever get in this position again. But look, man, I appreciate the commentary. I appreciate the answering your questions, brother. I'm going to go subscribe to you, man. Love the colors. I love Miami Dolphin colors. Love Tua. Love to see him succeed. I'll see you Monday night. I'll see you Monday night, brother.
It's going to be
much love to Miami gang, baby.
Yep, definitely, brother. It's gonna be
Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays to everybody too, brother.
Yep, absolutely. It's gonna be exciting, man.
Yes, it will. Yes, it will.
All teams have their season on the line, so
everybody, it's all on the line.
Yeah, it's gonna be
cue the montage like a bad '80s movie.
I just wish we didn't have to wait all the way till Monday. Like I wanted.
Oh my God. It's crazy.
All I gotta say is we better win Monday because and Ian Books, I get to see Ian Books, y'all, up close. I'm literally in section 129. I'm gonna be in row 3 up close, so it's gonna be nice to see the people. I can literally go down 2 rows and be like, "Hey man, can I have your autograph, bro?" So I mean, I'm gonna be right there, so it's gonna be fun to watch. So I'm ready to see how that goes. But like I said, we better win. You know, me being up close, I want to see a W. I want to see what Ian Books can look like up close. So we're gonna see.
The Bucks game was the only home game you went to, right? That we won, right?
Yep. Everybody else, every other game we lost.
We in Louisiana, that juju, baby. I don't know, man. You might just go stand in Champion Square, Hoodie. That might be better, man. I don't think our record good with you being in the building, Hoodie. Put a hoodie on or something. Change this right now, damn it, I tell you.
And we're 2-4 on the road this year, so we've had some issues with our road games. So you know, we'll see. It's gonna be tough, man. I know the dome's gonna be loud. It's gonna be loud.
It might be popping.
So.
Yes, sir.
Ain't no might about it. I know it's gonna be. Y'all about to tear it up. So. I'm already expecting it.
Hey, man.
So, Mr. Crusher, do you have any any other thing to ask him or say before you go? Because we do have one more caller, Dillion. Sorry, one more, Mr. Jerry, which is the OG of the podcast. You know, he really goes to every same podcaster and supports everybody. So we're gonna have him as our last caller.
Nope. Stay safe. Be cognizant. Be aware. Be full of love. Be full of prayer. Keep moving forward. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Cool.
Merry Christmas. Who that to you? Alrighty, y'all. So I already told y'all who the next person is, Mr. Jerry. And it's so easy, to bring him on. But, I always got to play the little short video for y'all just in case y'all don't know who it is. Y'all can hear it. Yeah, y'all heard it. It's Mr. Jerry, the freaking OG, the one who will bring the subscribers to you, Mr. Jerry. Welcome, bruh.
What's up? What's up?
How's it
Not
going,
much,
man?
man.
Always, like you always say, you save the best for last.
Yep, you gotta save the best for
And I
last.
guess I'm the one that saved the best for last. What's good, Hoodie?
No, not much, man. I had a good day
How you
today.
doing tonight, man?
Oh, me? I'm doing great, man. I mean, today I had a good day. It was my day off. Me and my friend Noah. I don't think he's in the chat tonight because he must be busy. But me and him put $200 up already, and we went to and then he was working, so I went to go shop for us. And bought $200 worth of coloring books, markers, you can name it, for the
That's what's
Children's
up, man.
Hospital of New Orleans. So I'm gonna be donating that probably on the 31st or on the 1st of next year. It's going to be called the
Good
New
deal,
Toys for the
man.
New Year. So anybody that wants to donate, you're more than welcome to donate. I got the Cash App on here, and we do have another $75 already in check from other people that donated. 3 other people donated so far, and we got $75 to spend on that. So like I said, I still got a bunch of more people that's going to be given to me once I see them on Christmas because they say I'm going to give you the money when I see you. So just to let everybody know, man, hop on board, donate if you
That's
want to,
all
and
right.
hope these children have a great Christmas and a great 2022.
That's what's up, man. Little something for Christmas and something for the new year to come up. So hey, that's what's up.
Yeah,
Yes,
start off the
sir.
new year with some love, man.
We do. So, Mr.
That's
Jerry,
right,
what's
man.
on your mind? So, what's on your mind, Mr. Jerry?
Well, Alan, I guess our guest on here tonight, Mr. Dillion, just said not too long ago that the 49ers lost to the Titans by
They
by
did.
field goal.
That is correct. 20-17.
So hey, that give us a little bit of a cush in the playoff race, a little bit of cush in the playoff race.
Yeah,
But
I
Yep.
mean,
Alan, we need these other teams. I don't know if it's going to happen or not, but we need these other teams to lose so we can still stay alive in the playoffs. But But Sunday, eh, I highly doubt it about that
I mean, we
because
could. I mean, the Eagles play the
hey,
Giants.
but anything can happen on Sunday. So
I mean, you
yeah,
saw
I
what happened with
mean,
the Eagles and Giants before, remember? Eagles and Giants met up. We thought the Eagles were going to beat them and take the lead again. And the Giants held them to only 7 points and beat them. So, I mean, I know they're
I
going to play in
mean,
Philadelphia this week, but I still think the Giants can do it because, I mean, their defense ain't trash. Their defense is pretty good. It's just their offense, but no Daniel Jones, though. That's the real question now. You got no Daniel Jones.
no,
well, as of right now, I
no.
mean, obviously, we play you guys on Monday, so that's the last game of the week. Um, and there's a lot of games that need to be played between now and then. Obviously on Sunday, or there's games on
Mm-hmm.
Saturday again this week too, right? So yeah, there's a
Yeah,
couple games on Saturday. Green
yeah.
Bay
The Browns and
and the
and
Browns.
Packers. I think
Yep, yeah, Green
and
Bay
the
and
nightcap. I
the
think is the
Browns.
Cardinals and somebody. I think
Colts.
they playing the Colts that night.
Yeah, yep, it's Cardinals and Colts. So, but I just looked
Oh,
at it
okay.
because I have the NFL playoff predictor up right now, and I'm on week 16. So obviously the only game that's finished is the San Francisco Titans game. So I put that in. Titans win. That drops San Francisco to 8-7, but they're still in the sixth seed. If you guys beat us, and this does not count the rest of the games obviously, but if I just click the Saints having a win, that would put you in the 7th seed. And obviously you need
Mm-hmm.
some other games to go your way, like if the Giants
Right.
beat the Eagles, then you'll be there. If the Eagles manage to win, then they actually jump both you and the Niners. But yeah, I mean, so you definitely have an opportunity. I mean, I think both of these teams really just need to handle their own business if they want to have any chance. So
Mm-hmm. And also, Brian Pearson put in the chat: the Vikings play the Rams. The Rams have to win. Yeah, and that's
Oh,
that's probably going to be a winnable game for Los Angeles. So because
yeah,
we do need Minnesota to lose to Los Angeles, so that way
they probably will.
it still might be um,
Mhm.
a recipe for disaster on Sunday, and it is Christmas weekend, so anything can happen on Christmas weekend. You never know.
Yep.
But
Oh,
we
there
just
it is.
saw a little Christmas miracle not too long ago that the 49ers lost. So
I
hey,
mean, I think there's a pretty good chance of the Rams beating because right now you guys are in the ninth seed, Philly is in the eighth seed, Minnesota is 7, San Francisco is at 6, and LA is at 5. I think LA will most likely beat Minnesota, so that's probably a good chance. The Giants and the
right.
Eagles, that's a tough one to choose. I would have to say I would if I was going to bet on one, I would probably bet on the Eagles, which obviously is not good for you guys, but even if that happens,
No,
well, I mean you do need the Eagles to lose, like that's
yeah,
tough. That's
but
probably like the one team that's like really standing in your way because I don't know if the Giants are going
yeah,
to be
because
able
I
to pull
remember
that one off.
because Philadelphia did beat us, so yeah, so definitely you're right about that,
Yeah.
Dylan. We do need the Eagles to lose, but uh,
That's
that's
a
going to
tough
be
that's a tough
determined
one.
right there.
Yeah. I
Well,
mean,
yeah, it is because I mean,
who do they play the last 2 weeks though? Who do the Eagles play? Oh, they play Washington in week 17. Washington could win that game. And then they play Dallas the last week of the season. So Dallas will probably
yeah,
beat
they probably
the
won't lose that
Eagles.
one. Yeah,
So
yeah, and me speaking as a Saints fan, I mean, much as we do not like the Dallas Cowboys, I gotta tip my hat off to them because they playing better. I gotta give
yeah,
it to them. I mean, much as I do not like the Dallas Cowboys, Lord knows I don't. But I gotta give credit where it's due. They playing some
yeah.
good football this year, man. And so I got it. I mean, they beat us, so
And you're gonna have to root for them in week 18. So
yeah, I gotta give them my credit. I gotta give it to them.
Yep.
uh
Yeah.
yeah, I actually just read that question. So to answer, the last time we went to the playoffs was 2016 with Adam Gase in his first season as a coach. And then before
Wow.
that, it was 2008. That was the Wildcat season. And then the last time that we won a playoff game was 2001.
Man,
That's a wow.
shoot, I was still in high school by that
20
time.
years ago.
that was
It's,
yeah, 20 years ago.
it's 20
I was in
years
high
ago.
school when last time the Dolphins won a playoff game.
I was 12.
Shoot.
I was 12.
Well, you
Yeah.
a young
And
fella then.
yeah, and that's actually that's it, ironically enough too.
No, it's
That's
all
like
right because you were right there. Because I was like 16 when in 2001 when last time the Dolphins won a playoff game. That's yeah, I remember. So yeah, you all right.
yeah, I mean, so it's funny because I was actually just getting ready to answer this next question about how I became a Dolphins fan. So yeah, like
CT Crush.
20 years ago, right? So in 2001, the Dolphins won their last playoff game. That was a long time ago, but that actually was right around the time that I became a Dolphins fan. Um, I became a Dolphins fan because at the time I actually lived in Virginia, and that's actually where I grew up. I grew up mostly in Virginia. But the reason why I became a Dolphins fan was because my best friend at the time, he was a Dolphins fan, and so that's when I like started really watching football. And so when I first started watching football, my best friend was a Dolphins fan. We would watch Dolphins games all the time, and I fell in love with the Dolphins. I love the colors. I loved a lot of the players like Zach Thomas and Patrick Surtain and a lot of those guys on the defense, right? Jason Taylor. But the thing about it though is I became a Dolphins fan like at the worst time because it was just all
Oh,
like downhill shit from there. Like we've just been either
wow.
mediocre at best or like bad. So like the past 20 years has kind of sucked as a Dolphins fan. So like the entire time I've been a fan has been pretty dreadful. But it is what it
Yeah.
is, you know.
Yeah. I mean, as long as you're a diehard, man, I mean, that's the main thing. If you're a diehard, that's the main thing.
Well, and it's funny. It's funny too that you say that, right? Because like I've mentioned a couple times on here that like within the Dolphins community, I have this persona of being very negative or pessimistic, right? But like at the end of the day, I actually consider myself to be upper echelon fan. The reason why is because one, I always stick with my team. Like no matter what, even through the bad, I'm still going to be a Dolphins fan. Like it doesn't matter how bad it gets or
There you
how
go.
bad they are. It doesn't matter even how critical I am of the Dolphins organization and the decisions that they make. They are my team, and I will be a Dolphins fan for the rest of my life. That's the first reason. The second reason is
That
because to me, the way I see it is if you are a fan of your team, you should be able to criticize your team. Like I'm not one of those kind of just strictly homer fans that is always going to say that my team is the best of the best and they're perfect and all of that. Like I actually think that being critical of your team is the way to be because it helps, well, for one, it helps you to have a more realistic evaluation, but also too then you can come to uh the realization of what your issues are and then hopefully have a much better well-rounded evaluation of what those issues are so you can solve them, right? Like I criticize my team because I want them to be better. Like the Dolphins are the only team in NFL history to
yeah.
ever be
We the
undefeated.
same way with the Saints. So hey,
Yeah,
yeah, I'm
like
right
we
there with
have
you, bro.
the Dolphins
Because
have the first half of their existence, right? Like the first half of like because they've been around for I think it's now what 52, 53 years. Like the first 20, 25 years of the Dolphins being an organization, we were a winning franchise, right? Don Shula is the most winningest coach in NFL history for a reason. We won back-to-back Super Bowls, right? We have the only undefeated season in NFL history. So it's not like we don't know what it's like as an organization. It's not like we've never been there. It's just the second half of Dolphins existence has not been very good, and it starts with the leadership. So, you know, oh, Dallas just clinched their playoff spot with the Niners loss.
I don't think they're gonna sit him though. To be honest with y'all, though, the reason why I say I wouldn't think they would sit their starters, Mr. Derek, is because
No.
if you look at the playoffs pictures right now and you look at it, you got the Dallas who are 10-4, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Are they 10-4 or 9-4?
Right.
10-4.
10 and
10-4.
4, yeah. 10 and 4.
Yeah, 10-4. The Rams are 10-4. The Cardinals are 10-4. The Packers are 11-3. So that means if the Packers lose a game because somebody's got COVID or something like that, or they lose and they drop to 11-4 and everybody else wins and they go up to 11-4 and they tied, it might come down to the last home game, like the last game, to get home advantage over everybody. Because I'm telling you, this playoff is going crazy. Like, what if all these teams? What if Aaron Rodgers and them lose the next 3 games, right? Drop to a 11-6, and then everybody else finish like 10-7 and 11-6. Like everybody's got the same record. Just about like this is how crazy the season is. Like everybody can still try to finish almost 10-7. Like us 10-7. Tampa Bay could drop to 10-7, and we take the division once again because we swept them in the regular season. Like anything can happen because I mean, look at Tampa Bay right now with all their people that they got hurt. Godwin out for the season. Leonard Fournette out for the season.
Godwin.
Mike Evans. Godwin's out for the season. I meant to say Mike Evans is like a game to I guess you could say week to week, but to me I think they're gonna keep him out to the playoffs. You know, because they already know they in the playoffs most likely. But they might try to force him in. I bet you, and he's gonna get more hurt just because they're gonna be scared to lose the division. Now, there should be no way you lose to the Jets if you got Tom Brady, right? The Jets is the worst organization right now. They suck. But if they lose to them and then the Panthers beat them twice because they don't have their weapons, the Saints win the division once again. And if that happens, you might as well give Coach Sean Payton Coach of the Year, winning with the team he's got.
The reality is when you look at both of the playoff situations, like I totally agree. Like I don't see a situation for the Cowboys. I don't really see a situation in which they're going to rest their starters because I think at a bare minimum they're going to be playing for the number 1 seed and that first round bye, which is because only the number 1 seed gets a first round bye at this point, right? So that's huge. And then you also have home field advantage throughout the playoffs. So I think they're going to be playing for that. But when you look at both sides of both conferences, the AFC is the same way. Like it's very jumbled up and deciding who's going to make it into the playoffs and then deciding who's going to be the number 1 seed, the division leaders, all of that is still very much up for grabs. And even like as slim as it may be, there are still some scenarios that could play out in which the Dolphins end up being AFC East champions. Now, I don't see that happening, but there is some chance of it. You know what I'm saying? So, like, yeah, I mean, in both conferences, I think it really is going to come down to Week 18 to decide a lot of this. Like, I think we're gonna have division leaders that are still up for grabs in Week 18. I think you're going to have the number 1 seed up for grab in both conferences in Week 18. I think you're going to have wild card spots up for grabs in Week 18. Across the board, it's going to be the case.
Yep. But where were you before you came on the show today, Dylan? Was you at like 431 subscribers? I think.
Yes, and I think I'm at 435 now.
Yeah, 435. Because we had about 15, 20 people at the most, I think, earlier. So we got about 9 people right now. So, hey, if y'all haven't, go subscribe to this man. Look, he's been talking for over 3 hours, literally, just Saints and Miami Dolphins football. So this man some love and everything. Like I said, he's at 435. At least help this man get to 440. At least help him get to 440. There's 5 more people. So let's make it happen, y'all, before we hop off of here. But this is the craziest question that I'm surprised nobody has asked Dillion yet in the chat or when they hopped on. So I'm going to ask it because I'm tired of waiting to see if somebody's ever going to ask him. So let me ask him because I thought everybody would ask this by then. So Mr. Dillion, man, how did it feel back then in 2005? It was the offseason. Signed Nick Saban as y'all head coach. And y'all looking for a franchise quarterback still, right? Well, the Saints signed Sean Payton as head coach. And then it was 2 teams in the Miami Dolphins and the New Orleans Saints maybe going to take a chance on a hurt Drew Brees coming from the Chargers. And who said, I really don't want Drew Brees? Nick Saban wanted him, but they didn't want him because they wasn't for sure with his injury, what you want to call those people that the injury what do you call the freaking people, y'all? What I'm thinking of, the injury guys, I'm talking about that checks up on the injuries and stuff like that.
Or whatever.
Yeah, so I guess they thought he was an injury prone type of guy. Yeah, they thought he was that injury prone type of guy. So they passed up on him, so the Saints took him. Now, watching it, 15, 20 years later, how does it feel to say, God damn, my Dolphins literally passed up on the Drew Brees who could have been the GOAT and brought us to a Super Bowl?
Yeah, I mean, I think like it goes without saying that, there's disappointment there because obviously, like objectively speaking, it didn't go in the Dolphins' favor. Like, I mean, that's clear as day, right? Like, Drew Brees went on to be a Hall of Fame quarterback. Having said that, I'm not so sure that Drew Brees would have had the same success with Miami, though, right? Because they are very different organizations. They have very different philosophies and so on and so forth. And I'm not sure that he would have had the same success. Having said that, when you fast forward 20 years to now, I actually think that the Dolphins are in a very, very similar situation with Tua, because I think that Tua could actually end up being the next Drew Brees in a sense, right? And what I mean by that is not only do I think that Tua has a Drew Brees comparison as his ceiling, which I do think to be the case, but also Drew Brees, the first 2 years of his career were not very good. And what was it? San Francisco, right? He was with San Francisco, and then he left and went to the Saints, and a completely different environment, completely different organization, head coach, et cetera, et cetera. They knew how to properly build around him, and give him a scheme, weapons, et cetera, that fit his sort of play style and his skill set, and they maximized everything that is Drew Brees. I think that that's actually what's going to end up happening with the Dolphins. I think they are going to repeat the same mistakes, and I think they are going to give up on Tua too fast. They're going to go after Deshaun Watson thinking he's going to be the savior, but he's not going to be able to overcome all of the fundamentally dysfunctional issues that our organization has. And Tua is going to go off to another team and ball out and be a stud and a superstar and continuously make it to the playoffs and win division titles and make it to the Super Bowl. And if I've said this a couple times, if I'm keeping it honest, if they do end up doing that, I want it to be the Saints, because I think that they are really a match made in heaven. I think that Sean Payton will do the exact same thing that he did with Drew Brees, and he is going to maximize the shit out of what Tua does well. And they already have a good, infrastructure within the organization when it comes to their leadership, their front office, their coaching staff. They already have a good defense. You guys have had a bunch of injuries and now COVID and stuff, but the players that you have on the roster for the offensive line are great. You have good running backs, and you do have a good supporting cast. And I think he is just the perfect fit. So if the Dolphins do as I think they're going to do, I would act, as much as I hate to say this from like a Dolphins fan perspective, because I think it's going to completely blow up in our face, and I would hate to see this situation play itself out yet again. I actually think that for Tua, and as a Tua fan, I think what's best for him and what I would like to see for him is to go to the Saints and to be able to actually live up to that potential. So, yeah.
I feel you. But Mr. Jerry, you got any last words or any questions, before we because I thought this was the last guy, like I literally was gonna save you last, but Dillion knows this last guy that's in the waiting room trying to come on because he literally went on this man's show last night. So it's okay. I'm gonna bring on the last Saint, and let you go, and then whenever I'm done with him, I'm gonna bring you back on the show so we can save the best for last, because a Taysom Hill lover by the name of Tyrese ain't the best for last. So Jerry, you gotta come back on the show one more time. I'm sorry about that. Okay.
That's all right. It's all right. Well, look. Only thing I'm gonna say is this, and I'm gonna head on out. I heard about the 9 or 10 guys that were hit with COVID. I understand that, including Taysom Hill and Trevor Simeon. I heard about that, so I hope they get well soon. But about the news that I heard earlier about Ian Book starting Monday night against the Dolphins. I mean, that's probably why you see the rainbows in the chat from Elite, because Ian Book
gonna throw some
might
rainbows.
wake up this offense. And
that's what y'all keep saying. Y'all worrying me about it, man. Like I feel like he about to come out and do a Mike White and just light us up or something. Like y'all scared me about this Ian Book.
He's gonna do something. He's gonna do something that Taysom Hill could never do, and that's messing with my boy Tyrese over here, and that is have the athlete be able to grow.
From Notre Dame.
Yeah, I mean, hey, he's got a lot of potential, a lot of upside. So we'll see what happens, man. I think it's gonna be. I think it's going to be a really interesting matchup. If I could, though, I do want to answer some of these questions in the chat that were missed. Just real quick, Yeah, just really, really quick. I'll rattle a couple of them off. So Brian Pearson asked me about how I feel like if the Dolphins played the Tampa Bay Bucks as two Florida teams. Honestly, here's the way I feel about it in general, bro. I want, I wish the best of luck to everybody, unless we're playing them, because then I want to win. I do not want injuries or COVID wished on anybody. I want everybody to stay healthy, and I actually very much enjoy competitive games between teams, even if it's my division rivals. And I get called like a stupid fan or whatever for that. But I like competitive games, even when it comes down to division rivals. So I don't have an issue with it. When it comes to my favorite Dolphins moment in my lifetime, I would have to say I'm going to pull on one of the recent memories, and that's going to be the Miami Miracle a few years back against the Patriots,
Oh,
and when you
oh
got to
yeah.
see Gronkowski take the wrong angle, slip, and then Kenyon Drake made it in for the game-winning touchdown. So that's probably one of my favorite
Yeah.
moments.
Damn, you shocked me, Dylan. I thought you was gonna say your favorite Dolphins moments was when
Now I
y'all
was
was
looking at the
was
chat
when y'all was
here.
beating.
It's from
Oh, hold on, I'll let Jerry go. Go, Jerry.
now. Now I was looking at the chat. That's from Grandizer 12. He said, I almost thought Ian Book played for University of Hawaii
Hawaii, the Rainbow
Warriors. So now he
Warriors.
played for. That's probably why he put. That's why Lee put the rainbows in there, and then
He'd be
that's what
throwing rainbows, man.
Grandizer thought that. Yeah, I tell you what, if you throw them rainbows as predicted, hey, look out,
Look out.
because Ian Book do have an arm, and he's young too. So he might throw like a 50-yard pass to like Callaway
I mean,
or
I'll tell you what, man. I'll tell you
Smith
what.
or one of the receivers Monday night. So you never know. You never know
If
what you're
we
going to expect from Book.
if we get
He
to
said
this
he was the
game on
winningest quarterbacks in Notre
in Notre
Dame.
Dame. Yeah, if we get to this game on Monday night and we lose to a rookie quarterback that's playing his first NFL game, I'm gonna be so mad. I'm gonna be so mad. Like if he has a good game, I'm gonna give him his props and his credit and stuff. But like, cause like leading up to this, like we have the conversations about Taysom Hill and Trevor Simeon, and then I'm sure you guys saw the Chris Sims stuff about Taysom Hill and Tua and the comparisons or whatever. I'm pretty sure you guys saw that. Like, there was all of that, but now COVID has completely thrown a wrench into the whole thing. Now we're expecting Ian Book to
Mm-hmm.
start, and if he comes out there and beats us, man, it's gonna be real upsetting as a Dolphins fan.
I
But
feel you.
hey,
Yeah,
we'll see.
yeah,
It's gonna be a hell of a game,
yeah. We'll
man.
see what
I know
happens.
that
But
much. So,
this is
It's
but this
gonna
is
be a
where I
good
was
game.
at. But this is where I was shocked, Dylan. I'm surprised you didn't say your favorite Dolphins moment ever was when in 2009, my brother, y'all was beating us
Oh
24
my
nothing,
God.
my brother, at your home, and
Oh
Drew
Jesus
Brees brought
Christ.
us back, and we came back and got that W. And Sean Payton literally said on that field, "Hey, remember this. This is the same field y'all gonna be playing on for the Super Bowl." And it happened. It was a miracle, man. I thought that was gonna be your favorite Dolphins
Man,
moment,
yes
man.
it was.
yeah. Well,
Let me
hey, I
tell you
mean,
something.
it's a
Let me
good
tell you
one.
about
It's
that.
a good
I,
one.
I,
It's
I'm gonna
ranked
say
up
this,
there,
and I'm
but
gonna say this, and I'm gonna get ready to get out of here. Let me tell you something. On that particular game, what Alan just mentioned, I'll be honest with you because I was gonna change the channel on that game when the Saints were losing really really bad, but then things sparked up in the second half, and I heard somebody tell me that the Saints are a second half team because I'll be honest with you because we were losing that game big time down there in Miami, but the Saints got it all together and they came back and they kept their undefeated streak alive. I said,
hey,
"Oh
man,
my God!" I said, "Calm." Somebody told me, "Calm down. It's not over yet. It's not
that's
over
why.
yet."
That's
And it
why,
wasn't.
man. You gotta, so many games
So
out there are
we put off
decided in the
our own little
last couple
miracle on that
minutes.
day.
Yeah. Hey, I mean, it's it happens all the time. You think you think the game is over, and then next thing you know, you turn it off and it completely changes. So yeah, you never know, man.
Yeah.
You never know. And I mean, you know, I've
And
had
it,
there's some good Dolphins moments for sure. Like, you know,
oh yeah.
you can take the past two playoff appearances that we had those seasons, you know, 2016 and 2008 when we made the playoffs, or you know, you can talk about a few years back when we blew out the Chargers back when they were still in San Diego. I got to go to that game. Um, you know, and I got to see it live. I think it was like 45-0, so that was a lot of fun. You know, there's some moments, but um, I'm hoping that there's going to be a lot more of those moments going forward, as opposed to all the not so good moments that I've had to experience. So we'll see.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yeah.
man.
But no, Alan, I don't have anything else to say except expecting a good game. Monday Night Football against the Miami Dolphins, and Dylan, I wish you and your team the best as well, brother. And it's
Yeah,
good chatting with
absolutely.
you, man. And just want to wish you all a very Merry Christmas this weekend, and same shouts out to everybody in the chat. Merry Christmas to you all as well, with your families and friends, and y'all just stay safe. Y'all, you know what I'm saying? You know, with all this stuff going on with this COVID and stuff, just want y'all to be safe. Just follow the guidelines and all that good stuff. I mean, we're gonna be all right. Just do as they say and do all that stuff. Y'all know the drill. I don't even have to preach about it because y'all already know what to do. All we gotta do is just stay safe. You know, have spend Christmas time with the family and friends and everybody, because I know everybody's traveling in near or far. But y'all just want to say y'all be blessed. Y'all have a Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays and all that good stuff. And hopefully we'll meet. We'll come back on here and talk about the recap of this game on Monday night, which will stand.
Yes,
Cause
sir.
I don't know. I don't know. They say they were talking about moving it. I say, no, I'll just keep it at Monday night. I want to see Monday night. Now, that's one thing. That's one thing the Saints never do is just wait till the last minute and hear them say the game is moved to like a different day because somebody got COVID. We don't want to hear all that. The
Yeah.
game will go
Yep.
on as follow. So
As long as an
let's have a
entire
good time.
roster doesn't get wiped out, yeah,
Yep.
it should be
There you
played.
go.
So
There
yeah,
you go.
absolutely, man. Everybody happy, healthy, stay safe.
Yes, sir. Merry Christmas to you, Jerry, and who that to you, man.
And who that to you, Alan, and Merry Christmas to you and your family, man. And once again, Merry Christmas to everybody in the chat. Who that to you? Have yourself a good night. Have a great weekend, and we'll meet up on the next time. Y'all be blessed.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Alrighty. So, like I said, it was supposed to be the last guy. You saved the best for last, but god damn it, Dylan knows this guy. He went on this dude's podcast the other day, so I might as well just bring this dude on. And yes, this guy will be the last one because I've been holding Dylan, over here for so many hours, but I don't think he cares because he's enjoying talking about it. He loves to chat and hear asking him questions. And like I said, we just went back up to 20 more views, like 20 more people watching at the same time. I think we back down to like 17. If y'all don't mind, y'all, please subscribe to my boy Dolphins with Dylan, man. Let's try to get him to 440, y'all. He's at 437, so 2 more people subscribe since we talked about it, man. So 3 more people. Come on, y'all. 3 more. It does not hurt to hit the damn subscribe button. It's free. It ain't like it's costing you to hit it. So please do that for me. And while while y'all go subscribe to my boy, we're gonna bring on the last guy. He is a freaking Taysom Hill lover. That is who he's known as. You might know him as Tyrese, or you might know him as the Last Saint. So let's bring him on. The Taysom Hill lover.
Man,
Welcome.
man. I think Hoodie Jube a little jealous because I got Dylan's to come on my show first off, We was on fire last night. We was real lit. See, I didn't hold Dylan hostage like you did for these past 3 hours, but,
Well, it's funny because it's funny because I mentioned to Hoodie in the backstage before we even started. I thought you were him for a little bit. Like I actually
Wow.
thought you were him, and the reason why is because um what was it? It was, I don't know, 2 or 3 days ago or whatever. Grandizer hit me up and he told me about this to begin with, right? And so, but that same day, you subscribed to my channel and then you left a comment on one of my videos. You're like, showing support and stuff like that. And so I commented back, appreciate it. But for some reason, I thought that you were him and he was the one that was leaving. So I was a little confused there, but it worked out though, because I subscribed back, or I subscribed to you, and then I saw that you were doing a stream last night. Like I was just randomly, putzing around,
Yeah.
and I was on YouTube and I seen that you were live, and I was like, hey, you know what? Let me go ahead and jump up in there real quick. So it was fun. It was a good time. I enjoyed talking with y'all last night.
Yeah, absolutely, man. We definitely like to, get into the conversation of things. Last night, it was Taysom time. Now it's Ian Book time this Monday night, man.
Well, a lot has changed between then and now, so
I know, right? 24 hours, right?
yeah, only.
Wait. Hold on a second. Elite, what you got going on in these comments, man? What's your problem, dog? Yeah, look, you should hop in, man. If you got something you need to address with me, instead of keyboard warrior, man, you see my face, you see my grill, hop in here. Or wait for me to do a stream and then you can say something, I asked you about the rainbows thing. I thought you were, supporting the gay pride. I didn't know. I'm Samoan, so I know they got the rainbows in Hawaii and whatnot, but I didn't know what you got going on. So
they keep telling me, because I didn't know nothing about Ian Book, really, coming into this. So they've been telling me about him this whole time, and got me a little bit worried, got me a little bit worried.
Man,
he's gonna come out here and just, run all over us and throw these rainbows and stuff.
Nah, man. Nah, Ian Book Ian Book about to have a trial by fire come Monday night. I don't know if Sean Payton's coming back or not, but definitely would like to see Pete Carmichael force him to stay in the pocket for a bit and run through the reads. Introduce him to the game. Because I think, both defenses are going to have to take care of what they got to do. You know what I'm saying? And definitely see the flow of this game. Because I know Tua is going to make some passes, He's going to be challenged. This is going to be a 4-dimensional chess battle. In my gracious opinion.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's gonna be a match for sure, and it's gonna be a tough outing. I think both offenses are gonna have their hands very, very full. So it's gonna be fascinating, man. I can't wait. Like I'm just ready for it to happen now. Like all this talking about it and stuff. Like I'm ready for it to be here. We still got like 4 days to go.
4 days to go Monday night. I got Ian Book throwing 2 interceptions, Tua throwing 3.
Hey man, trade some interceptions throughout the night. I hope it's not quite like that, but you never know.
Right. Sorry, Dylan. We're gonna have to hold you hostage some more. This day ain't over yet.
Y'all good.
Since y'all want to come on here, y'all too. So, since he's coming on before he says one word on here, I might as well play the video for him. And Dolphins with them. The reason why I gotta play it for you, because you gotta watch out for this guy on Monday too, bro.
Paulson Adebo will shine in 29.
That's his favorite line. So I had to make a video for him. He says Paulson Adebo will shine in 29. So you better watch out for number 29, man, on Monday. But what's good? Say someone.
Not much. Just coming to hop up here and see what you guys are up to. I was on the road for a minute, so I just got home. I was glad you guys were still on. I was like, oh, shoot, I didn't miss it.
Yeah, man, chilling, chopping it up.
Chopping it up for almost 4 hours. That's crazy, almost 4 hours. Yeah, I didn't think it was going to be this long. I was like, yeah, me and him's going to be on here for about 2 hours. Next thing you know, 4 hours later.
Yeah. Hey, don't even worry about it, man. Like you asked me, earlier, like there's a couple Dolphins YouTubers that do panels, and they can go pretty long. So I'm used to it.
God damn.
Gotcha.
I
Yeah,
was out here
we're
praying
not.
for the
We're not.
49ers to choke.
Oh yeah. Well, they lost, so that helps you guys.
Damn. I need one more loss.
Saints or Titans got their win. The Titans, man, like I feel bad for the Titans because the Titans are so banged up right now. Like it's crazy. They got so many dudes on the injured reserve right now.
Yeah, 3 linemen missing, man. I'm surprised they even pulled it out.
Honestly, like, so it's funny, and I mean, especially coming from a Dolphins fan. Obviously, Ryan Tannehill used to be with us, but like, and a lot of Dolphins fans love to shit on him. But like, just the simple fact that they've had, I think they're like 35 plus players on injured reserve, and the fact that they have done as well as they've done and made it to 10-5, they're leading the division. And their defense has played as well as they've done. Like, I think it's pretty phenomenal and outstanding, if I'm not lying. Like, they've done a wonderful job under the circumstances. And shit, I'm worried about playing them next week because that's gonna be another tough one. If we somehow do manage to beat y'all this week, that's another tough one with another tough defense that's able to run the ball really well. And we gotta play Ryan Tannehill. So
Yeah.
if Ryan Tannehill beats us, God knows the Dolphins community is gonna like shit itself.
Oh, absolutely, man. Because that defense, it held Tennessee in the first half. Normally if you're not scoring, the defense is just gonna fall apart. But they picked off Jimmy twice, and they held him in the game too. And bruh, he's got 2 of them back. He's got Julio Jones and AJ. So good luck.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Well, that's part of what I was worried about because, like, honestly, their biggest issue so a few games ago now, obviously they lost Derrick Henry, right? And that was a huge loss for the Titans offense. But then when they, not having AJ Brown and not having Julio Jones was also huge. And now
Who's
they're
that
getting
demon?
those. It's a Grinch mask, yeah. But
the one who's gonna steal your Christmas gift, and that's the W over the Saints. Okay.
Probably, like, look, I'm worried about these next 3 games, man. Like there are Dolphins fans out there, like through this 6-game winning streak, and especially right now, like there are a bunch of Dolphins fans out there that are like, yeah, bro, we're going to the Super Bowl. I'm like, okay. I mean, I hope so. I'm rooting for it, and I'll be as pumped as anybody if it happens. But I'm not getting my hopes up too high for it because this last 3-game stretch, man, it's gonna be rough.
Yeah, you're right, Dylan. But at least the bright side about this is that you guys can literally control your playoff destinies, man. If y'all can rattle these wins.
Yeah, for the most part. I mean, we still need some help. Even if we go 10-7 and we run the table down the stretch, we still do need some help. Especially if the Patriots end up winning against the Bills this week. Because if the Bills win against the Patriots and the Dolphins make it to 10-7, then we have like a 99% chance of making the playoffs. But if the Patriots win over the Bills and we still make it to 10-7, our playoff chances drop to 53%. So it's a big difference. So like that's one game that we're going to be watching super closely as Dolphins fans. But no matter what, the Dolphins have to win the last 3 games, otherwise they're basically eliminated. So it's playoffs every week for us, man.
Yeah, it's playoffs every week for everybody, man. The Saints have to beat you guys, and we need the 49ers losing was good. Because if they lose against the Rams, they free up the 6th seed. And, definitely need the Vikings to lose. The Vikings are more than likely going to lose 1 game. But it's up to the Eagles, to lose to the Washington team or the Cowboys. So I'm hoping that the Cowboys still fighting for that number 1 seed, So
I'm sure they will be. I don't see, we talked about it a few minutes ago. Like, I don't see on either side of it, right? Like whether you look at the AFC or the NFC, I think both conferences are going to be so tight down the stretch that you're going to have a lot of playoff seeding decided in week 18. You know, whether
Right.
it comes to wild card, divisional leaders, division champions, or even the number one seed. So I mean, you just look at it, right? Green Bay is 11-3. Then you have Dallas, Tampa Bay, Arizona, and LA all at 10-4. So it's going to be very, very competitive down the stretch, and they're going to be fighting for the number one seed. So there's going to be something to play for. And that's the thing too for Dolphins fans. From our perspective, we're looking at it like, okay, if we can beat the Saints, and then if we can take advantage of an injury-riddled Titans team, then it's going to come down to playing a division rival, the Patriots, in Week 18. And if the Patriots were to somehow lock up the number one seed and rest their starters, well, that gives us a much better chance. Otherwise, the probability is very, very low. So, but I think they're going to be playing for something too. I mean, you look at the AFC right now. KC is at 10-4. Tennessee is now at 10-5. The Patriots are third at 9-5. So, and then they play the Bills this week. Who do they play in week 17? Oh, they play the Jags in week 17. So that's going to be an easy win for them. And then they play us in week 18. So I don't really see a scenario in which I mean, don't get me wrong, there are certain scenarios in which it could happen, but I think the Patriots are going to have something to play for in week 18 as well. So yeah.
Man,
Gonna be tight, man.
I'm tired of the Patriots, bro. Sick of seeing them.
You're telling me, bro. Like, I'm in the division with them. Like, they've won like 18 of the last 20 division titles. So like,
Bill, how does it make you feel when people say that Tom Brady has had the easiest division for over 20 years? How does that make you feel as a Dolphins fan?
I mean, it's true. like that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not one of those like kind of people or fans that's just gonna be like, no, that's not true. The Dolphins are awesome. I wish that was the case, but it's not true. Like, the rest of this division. Now, I will say this though, with the way that the AFC East is starting to turn out, the division actually could get substantially more competitive. Like, going into this season, I actually thought that the Bills and Patriots were both going to make it to the playoffs, but I had the Bills winning the division and the Patriots making it in as a wild card. I didn't expect the Patriots to be this good this early in Mac Jones's tenure. And I didn't see the Bills being this bad. But when you look at it, it's not really all that surprising. The issue with the Bills is that they just have no run game whatsoever. And it puts way too much pressure and responsibility on Josh Allen. And when you're that one-dimensional, NFL teams are going to figure you out and stop you. So the Bills, to me, I mean, they have a really good defense at this point, and they have all the weapons and stuff that they need at wide receiver, and they have a good offensive line. They just need to get an imposing running game that can provide balance for them. And the Patriots, the reason why, to me, it's not super surprising and why I had them as a wild card team for sure anyway, is because they got a lot of the key pieces back on that defense that they didn't have last year because of COVID opt-outs. So they had most of those guys returning. They also brought in some other key contributors like Matthew Judon, who has been phenomenal for them. So I had confidence that their defense was going to be good again this year. And their offense has actually just been really efficient. And if I'm keeping it real, the type of offense that they use and utilize in New England, I think Mac Jones is perfect for it. I think he actually is a perfect fit for that system. And it doesn't require him to be, a superstar all by himself. And I think that's why they've had a lot of success. He's got a good offensive line. They've got a good running game. Their receivers are not particularly great, but they can fix that going down the stretch. And then, of course, they do have Hunter Henry and Jonnu Smith, the two really good tight ends. So it's not super surprising. And I actually think the Jets are going to be sneaky good over the next few years, too. I think that under Robert Saleh and the direction that they're going in, I think they're actually building their team to be very competitive going down the stretch in the future. Like, I think their defense is young and inexperienced right now, but has a ton of potential, especially on that defensive line. And when it comes to their offense, I think that they're building properly. Like that, they've had a ton of injuries this year, but I think that their offensive line is going to be very good in the next few years. I think their receivers they're going to have a good receiving core, and I really like Michael Carter, their running back. So I think the Jets are actually in pretty good position too. And so I think that the division is going to get a lot more competitive. But, and to the chagrin of Dolphins fans, I actually think the Dolphins stand a chance to be the one left out of that, because I'm just, especially like if they go after Deshaun Watson, I get Deshaun Watson would then be in the division, but I don't think he solves all the issues with the organization and this team. And so, I don't see it going quite as they plan it to next year. And if it doesn't go according to plan, then Stephen Ross is going to hit the reset button again and fire the GM and the coach. So we'll see how it plays out. But, the Dolphins do definitely have a ton of talent, particularly on the defensive side of the ball. And so there is reason to believe that they could, match the level of competitiveness that the other teams in the division do. They just have to handle things properly and manage their resources properly and stuff. So, which I'm not super confident they're going to do. But
thanks. Well, man, there's always next year that if you feel like that.
That's the story of a Dolphins fan right now. There's always next year.
Always next year. Look on the bright side, man. Tua gets his third year. Things may change. You know what I'm saying?
I hope he does, man. Like that's what I think is the right path. I think they need to build around Tua, because the defense. Because that's the thing, bro, is like our defense is basically there. We need, like I said, we need maybe just like a couple more pieces, primarily, a true middle linebacker. When it comes to the offense, we still do have a ton of holes, but I think what Tua has shown over the course of his career so far, especially when you take all of the context into account, right, and all the things that he's had to overcome, I think he has shown the potential for a franchise guy. And I think that he has shown the flashes that made people say he could be a Drew Brees, the next coming of Drew Brees, right? So I just think they need to build around him, man. And I think they just need to catch the offense up to where the defense is. They need to solidify that offensive line, get him a couple more weapons in the backfield and at wide receiver, and then let the kid go to work.
Yep.
That's what I want them to do.
Because, like I said, I think Tua can be something special. You just got to put the pieces around him. But you can't put no receivers and pieces around him if you can't pass it, because the O-line sucks. So you always got to start off with the O-line first. And Taysom Hill must have accidentally lagged out and lost. I don't know what happened to him. But it's okay, though, because the show's almost over, because we've been here almost 4 hours. But Saints 0-1, man. I know you're on here still. Is there any last thing you would like to say, man, for Dillion? Any last questions or anything you would like to say before we end the show tonight?
No, I just want to know game predictions by both.
He said he's got us winning 10-9. That's what he said.
10-9, low scoring defense.
Low scoring game. Yep. Me, I say I pick the Saints to win too. I feel like Ian Brooks might have him a decent game, as long as he protects the ball. I can see him having one touchdown. The reason why I say one touchdown is because I feel like they're going to feed the ball to Kamara and Mark Ingram a lot. It's going to be a running game. So if we get in the end zone, it's going to be because of the running game. Might get lucky on maybe like a few play action plays. If we keep pounding the ball, we might can hit a few play action plays and get lucky on a touchdown pass, to like the tight end Nick Vannett or something like that, or maybe Callaway. But I really do think it's going to be a low-scoring game, too, like he says. I'll probably predict we get 2 touchdowns, and maybe like a field goal or something. So I say we win 17-10.
Yeah, I could see that one as well. I don't do score predictions anymore. Because every
Oh, but you
time we
asked
do,
us. But you asked us with the score
yeah.
predictions.
Hey,
man,
bro. All I'm
I'm
gonna say, I like to do individual players instead of game predictions because every time I do a game prediction, like we lost, so I stopped doing those.
Don't do them
So,
anymore.
you know what I'm saying? So I don't do those anymore. But
yeah.
so I just like look at a player that I want to see do good during this game on offense and defense. So I'm just gonna pick one on offense. Of course, I want it to run through Alvin Kamara because he can be a game changer, just in that running game alone. So I'm looking for Alvin Kamara, even though he steps up, pretty much every game. Last game, he really didn't get to ball out like he normally does, but we did go up against a pretty stout defense. So I think Alvin's bound to, probably do good on a Monday night, I'm assuming. With that being said, on the defensive side, I want our D-line to do phenomenal because, Tua is the type of guy, kind of like Jalen Hurts, bro. You know how we did have trouble with Jalen Hurts, how he escapes out of the pocket, throws down the field for, a nice, 30, 40-yard gain. So we got to watch out for that because we do kind of struggle sometimes with mobile quarterbacks. So as long as we can keep pressure on him and then not let him get outside the pocket, I think we could get a lot of pressure on that guy. I'm just like we did Tom Brady. So my one person I want to see do good, I know Cam Jordan did good last game, but I feel like it just gave him an extra boost. Him being out that one game, I think it kind of pissed him off because it wasn't due to no injury. He was ready to go for it. He felt like he was ready to go. So I felt like he was mad. That's why he had two sacks last game. And that's a lot to do with Davenport as well, being healthy, being on the other side. Now, if you guys see, Dillion, if you guys see Cam Jordan and Davenport on the same side, that's going to be an automatic, hey, dude, I'm telling you right now, that'll be an automatic watch out. You know what I'm saying? Probably a sack, messed up play, interception or a sack. That's horrible. When I seen that when we went up against Brady, dude, Davenport just terrorizes people especially when you have 2 pass rushers, your number 1 pass rushers on one side. It does pretty good. I'm not saying that'll happen, but if that play does happen, that'd be pretty cool because, it works every time we've ever used it. And I've only seen him use it, not very often. So I would love to see that. And my guy would be probably, I'm going to say Cameron Jordan again for this game on defense. And the reason I say that is because he's a vet. He's a vet on the D-line. And I feel when he is on the top of his game, he kind of encourages Davenport. Davenport's always on top of his game no matter what. So those are my 2 people, Kamara and Cameron Jordan, of course.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I totally get that, man, because we have the same thing when we line up Ogba and Phillips on the same side. If you see Emmanuel Ogba and Jalen Phillips lining up on the same side, whichever tackle or whoever it is over there that's got to deal with that's going to be a rough one too. So I get you there. But yeah, man, I see it being low scoring. Overall, these defenses are going to control the game, I think. So it'll be interesting. And I think it definitely could go either way. And that 10-9 prediction, the 10-9 prediction was my prediction I gave yesterday on the Last Saints channel when I was over there. And I'm going to stick with it, even though the COVID situation is changing the context. I'm just going to stick with it because it's so unpredictable that I could go, the next few days going back and forth, trying to figure out who I think's going to win. And both teams could place more players on COVID and I'll just have no clue. So I'm just gonna leave it there. I think it's gonna be a close game and a low scoring game no matter what. So yeah, 10-9. I think you guys will pull it out. It's gonna be a really tough matchup for us. So
Yep.
All right, guys. Well, I mean, that was a good show. Thanks for having me on, Hoodie. Of course, another good live, bro. Thanks, Dylan, for hopping on, dude, and talking about your team and keeping it 100, dude. You know, I love how some teams can come together. Of course, we'd probably never do this to a Bucks player or, you know, a Falcons organization type people. But, you know, when it comes to Miami and other type of teams, that I see a lot of teams get together before the games, and I think it's pretty awesome. So it's good to see you up here. You know, it's all love, no hate, bud. So have a wonderful night, both of you guys.
you too, man. I'm glad to be here for sure.
Yes, sir. Who that to you, Saints 01. But that's it. I promise. There's nobody else in line waiting for you, Dylan. No more. But with that being said, y'all, we're about to end the podcast right here. And while we got everybody in here still real quick, I'm going to play the video one more time. I only played it once of the donations. Like I said, I'm going to say it again. We are taking donations if anybody wants to. I got the Cash App down below. Let me know if you want to donate. Like I said, I already got $200 worth of coloring books, you know, markers, you can name it, that kids will love. We donated to the Children's Hospitals of New Orleans. We're going to do a video on that once we were able to deliver it next year, or this year, maybe on the 31st, most likely, or if not, next year on the 1st. We're going to deliver it. So, new toys for the new year. So, make sure y'all want to make a donation, you know, and make these kids on Christmas and New Year a lot better. Just donate. Like I said, it don't even have to be a big donation. But so far, we had 3 people donated. We got $75 raised already from the other people. And also, we do have a lot of other people I know that's going to give me money for Christmas for it. When I see them again at work or something, they more than down to do it. So like I said, we already did 200. I feel like we can easily donate $500. I feel like we can reach that goal with the people that I already got gonna be donating that told me that. So, and with the help of the Who Dat Nation, y'all, I know y'all can. And if y'all do donate for us, we're also gonna put your name in the video for you. It's gonna be called the Hoodie Jube and Who Dat Nation donations, because y'all the Who Dat, y'all gonna be donating. And we're gonna put y'all name and recognize y'all for raising the money. And in that video, we're gonna also let y'all know how much money we raised and all the gifts that we did. So we're gonna take all the pictures of it and take some pictures with the nurses and the leaders of the donation department before we can do that. But here's the video, and if you read it, it does tell you certain stuff that you could buy if you wanted to, and we can try to rearrange a day. I can try to pick up the gifts, you know, from y'all. But if not, just, you know, you can Cash App and I'll get the gifts for y'all. But here's the video real quick. And y'all seen it right there. So with that being said, everybody, thanks again, Mr. Dillion, for coming on here. If you're down with me, I'm down with it. I say Tuesday because I'm off, which will be the next day after Monday. If you down, we can have another collab on the post game about what we think about that game and stuff. But I know Monday night, most likely after the game, I'll go live just myself, with the people because it's gonna be late anyway. But Tuesday we can schedule around the same time if you want to, around 7 o'clock, and we can go live if you want to. We can go on your podcast if you want, to bring the views to you, and I can tell all my people in here we'll go to you Tuesday.
Yeah, man. Definitely. I appreciate you, having me on, bringing me in. It was a lot of fun. And yeah, I mean, we talked about it a little bit before, man. Like this is what I want to do with, my life or whatever. Like this is what I want to do as my thing. So, I've been hard charging it the past year, and yeah, man, absolutely. I love like I said, it was my first official collaboration. So, it was pretty exciting, and I definitely look forward to more. And yeah, man, we can take an opportunity after the game to recap it and see how it turns out and discuss things from there. It'd be great.
Yes, sir. So, last thing. Hopefully, your Dolphins can, hopefully they can handle this real quick. Because the Saints about to be all blackout Monday. They calling it they want us to wear all black against y'all. Get the defense, get the offense back in check. So hopefully they can handle this, man. I'm gonna play it for you. Hey, and you heard that, right? You heard how loud that was? And just to let you know, because it's hard to see with the camera being up how high I was. But just to let you know, that was like the pregame chant for us, the Who Dat chant. And that was before there was like, that was maybe halfway filled. Maybe 3/4 of the building was filled, because people were still getting their food and drinks and getting to the seats. That's how loud it was just like half of the stadium filled. And then when it got filled up, it even got more loud. So like I was saying, it's a super, that's why I love the Saints. Who Dat chants, gets super loud in there. So like I said, hopefully your Dolphins can handle that crazy loud noise. I mean, we are 1-4 this season, so it seems like everybody can handle it right now. So I'll see you again probably Tuesday, I think you said. But let's make it Tuesday. Whatever time for you works, just let me know. Because you got my email, we can email each other. And also to warn everybody, we're going to be on the Fence side. I don't know if I'm going on their show yet or they coming to me. Most likely it'll be Sunday, the day before the Monday night game. We're going to go live together and talk about the Saints and Dolphins one more time, but with the other ones and see what their thoughts are and see if they compared to Dillion, which I really do think so. So, who dat to you, my boy Dillion, and we'll see you again Tuesday. And I tell everybody, there's no better way to end the show, man, with the sick intro, because everybody loves it. So who dat to everybody, man?
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, get ready for an entertainment explosion. Get ready for an avalanche of awesomeness. Get ready to go live with your boy. Here he is, Hoodie Jube. And make sure you hit the subscribe button for your chance to win tickets to a live New Orleans Saints football game.